Because on this day.
In 1964, Kennedy Gordy was born.
Kennedy?
Rockwell.
Now, that last name Gordy,
Yeah, he is. I was just looking that up.
that's Berry Gordy from Motown Records. So what happened here is...
Well, maybe we should.
He's the son.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, it's Farting Around with Radio from Hell on X96.
So what happened here
He's
is...
the son of Berry Gordy.
As
So
Gina
what
was
happened
about to say, yeah.
here is... Dad, I want a hit record. And Dad goes, all right, I'll call Michael Jackson, and we can put him on your record. So, Michael, my son wants a hit record. Can you come sing a line for his song so he can have a hit record? And it worked, because it got to number 6.
He was named Kennedy William Gordy because he was his father, Berry, legendary producer, named him after John F. Kennedy and William Smokey Robinson. He had not much of a career, and on November 29, 2018, he was arrested in Hollywood for allegedly severely beating a female associate with a chair at the Magic Castle Hotel after she approached him and demanded payment. He was released from jail on $30,000 bail. The woman, who suffered multiple injuries from the attack and had undergone surgery, filed a lawsuit claiming damages exceeding $25,000, and that's where the story ends in Wikipedia.
It's as though Rockwell disappeared off the planet.
Somebody's been watching him for a long time.
Or he cashed his check and went away.
Now, it
Which
says here,
why the hell
Gina,
not, you know?
It says here that he didn't say, Dad, give. He said, it says here that Rockwell he and Michael Jackson were childhood friends. They had been friends since childhood.
I work with your dad.
And Michael sang the chorus lyrics, and Jermaine sang backup. It was a gold certified record.
So,
And I have some of the same worries that Rockwell does.
What's that?
Like
Somebody's
especially
watching you?
Yeah, especially when you wash your hair and you close your eyes and then you open them and find someone standing there. I worry about those kinds of things.
Does it happen a lot, huh?
But
and just by the very fact that she said that, she's not kidding.
I like closing my eyes while I wash my hair.
That never occurs to me.
How do you not get soap in your eyes?
You just tip your head back,
Really?
Sure.
She's always alert. Well, except during the 4 hours.
Alert.
Except during the 4 hours of this show. But other than that,
well, I have to rest now, so I can be alert the rest of the day. You guys keep an eye on me here.
I just think I think it's kind of brave of you. You've got your back to 2 windows. I think in that room, don't you?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm surprised you would do that.
Well, let me know if you see anything. But like I said, you guys have my back.
I am on alert. You're relying on us?
Yeah, if you see something happening back there.
Wait a minute. Apparently there's a sailor trying to get in there. Oh, no, wait.
That's too much pressure for me.
You don't want to keep an eye on things?
No, I mean, there's a reason I don't have kids even. I just don't want that kind of pressure or responsibility.
No, I'll do
rough.
I'll do it. I take ProVigil every morning, so I'm ready. I'm on the alert.
You're extra alert these days.
I am on alert.
It's daylight saving time, the first day of daylight saving time. It was kind of bugging me yesterday, but I'm fine this morning. I'm my usual state of exhaustion. I can't tell the difference. I may be being affected by daylight saving time, but I usually feel so exhausted anyway. I can't.
You can't separate out the tired?
No.
Well, I just received a news report that apparently the warehouse where we've been saving all the daylight, there was a breach, and all of the daylight has escaped, and we won't have darkness for a week now.
Oh,
Sudden,
wow.
It's on its way here. It'll be here in a couple of hours, and then it's
Then just
yeah.
Well, that's probably pretty good for you, Gene. I'm thinking you don't like it dark at all. You have to sleep with a nightlight.
no.
Well,
You know what I do?
See, I
No.
don't. You don't like to close your eyes when you're but you like a dark room. I don't get that.
Well, no, so here's what I do. You'll hate this. So I go to. You will.
Is it because you know me
See,
so well?
now here's the thing. Here's the thing, Gina. You say that, but then you continue.
Yeah. Well,
You know,
she does
you
that
know
to aggravate
he's going
me.
to hate this, so you continue.
That's why
There's
she does
a
it.
real disconnect here.
No, she does. She
I
does
know
it because
this-
she likes the fact that I get aggravated.
Eye-opening thing, and yeah.
Okay, here's
So
what do you do?
I go to bed usually an hour or two before my husband does because we're on different schedules. And so when I go to bed,
You're on the exhausted schedule. He's on the I get plenty of sleep schedule.
so when I go to bed, I have a couple little votive candles that are in the windowsill because I like to fall asleep to flickering candlelight. Now, this is not safe to do if
No.
you don't have a situation like I do, which is I light them and go to sleep, and then my husband comes to bed an hour later and blows them out. So
But think of this, Gina. A fire can start. It's like there's not a rule that says a fire can't start in an hour's time. It's just not. You could
they're
catch the
in-
house on fire.
they're not like just loose candles. They're in a candle holder, and I don't have a cat. I would never do that if I had a cat. Cats knock
Well-
things off shelves and windowsills, and
That's true.
I wouldn't. I don't have a cat.
My
It's not
cats
the
are
only
grateful.
reason I don't have a cat, but I don't have a cat.
So I got that fireplace this year that lived in this house for 20 some odd years, and there's a wood burning fireplace in the house, but it's tiny. It's a little tiny wood, and we used to burn a little wood in it occasionally, but it was a hassle, but I finally converted it to gas this year, and the cats are the most grateful, it seems, for that. when that fire is started up,
Oh, yeah.
they come in and they lie down in front of the fire. They just love it. Mm-hmm. So I spent, $1,000 for the cat.
That's nice of you.
Yeah, I think so.
I want it to be known that Bill picked that opening number, by the way.
Yeah, well, it's
We could have. We had other options.
What
on
were
the
they again?
table. Well, it's Brett Michaels' birthday today.
gee, and we never play any of that stuff.
Poison.
We
When was
never
the last
play
time
any
we
of-
played Poison.
What, probably a month ago or 2 months ago, or probably last year at this time.
Well, I don't know. Probably last year at this time we had this same discussion of do we play Brett Michaels or Dee Snider because it's his birthday today too.
He's a turd. You don't want to play. Snyder's just a
Is he a turd?
yeah.
What turdy thing does he do?
I'd have to look it up again. You want me to do that real
You just
quick?
have a sense that he's a turd.
No, I
have a
just-
turd sense. I
was just
remember
reading
turd.
some stuff about him recently. Dee Snider.
He's always complaining about the Grammys, I know, and the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame.
He calls the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame elitist a-holes. I
You wouldn't
can't
say
find
that
it
if they let him in.
Well, that's probably true. He's just not.
You don't care for Dee Snider.
No.
But what do you have against Brett Michaels then, Bill? What's your excuse there?
He wore too much makeup. No, I don't have anything against.
It's also Mike Love's birthday today,
Hmm.
and he's
He's
No.
a turd.
Yeah,
Yeah, he's
definitely.
a turd.
Yeah.
Don't want to do
definite turd.
that. He's a definite turd. A well-defined.
There's much documentation.
He's very turdy.
Just like Prince, he's going to change his name to a symbol, and it's going to be the poop
Be a
emoji.
turd. Or just a turd. Looks.
All right. Poop emoji with a bandana on its head. All right. I'd say that's enough farting around.
This has been Farting Around with Carrie, Bill, and Gina on X96, Radio from Hell.
Dee Snider said he survived so long in this business because he's an anti-rock star.
Okay.
Anti-rock star, meaning you're not famous or popular. Okay, all right, just checking.
All right.
Let's get this over with. 877-602-9696. The sooner we start it, the sooner it can end, and you'll all be happy, especially the person who wrote an upcoming email of interest for us.
Oh, indeed. Yeah. So if you want to heave a sigh of relief, help us get to the end of the show by checking in with us. 877-602-9696. That's the number to call. You can just say hi. We like to know that you're there. 877-602-9696. Check in with us, please. And now, let's try to beat Gina. It's the game show that even the living dead love to play. It's the kooky, ooky, and altogether spooky Halloween edition of our game. We have horror trivia galore all this month and fabulous prizes to get. It's a Radio from Hell tote bag. And now, let's meet our host, the man who knows that when hell is full, the dead will walk the earth. When he's not hosting our game, he's out killing zombies. Carrie Jackson.
Oh, thank you, Johnny. Thank you so much. How are things in the basement?
Oh, dusty.
Dust. How do you keep your pipes working so well in all that dust,
Yeah.
Johnny?
I thrive on dust.
Oh, okay. The announcer anomaly, that is Johnny. All right. We off the air, we tossed a coin to determine who would be our contestant, and we have decided that, well, the coin has decided, that is, Debbie is going to be our contestant for Beat Gina right now. Debbie, are you there?
I am. Good morning.
Hi, Debbie. All right, Debbie, we're going to toss a coin again to determine who goes first. It does give you an advantage in the game. Debbie, heads or tails?
Heads, please.
Heads. All right. Coin toss app says tails. Uh-oh. That means Gina goes first. Okay. All right. So this is it. It's Night of the Living Dead trivia. Gina goes first. Debbie, this means that this question is solely for Gina. She gets to answer it without any interference from you, like Orange 45. Don't step in there.
Shut up, man. Don't make me say it, Debbie.
But if she gets it wrong, you get a chance to steal the point away by answering the question correctly. So pay attention, even though it's not your question. Gina.
Yes.
Oh, first person to 3 points wins. As she fled from the cemetery zombie,
Okay.
Barbara crashed the car that she and Johnny had arrived in. What did she hit? Was it A, a tree, B, a gas station, C, a popcorn stand, or D, Dennis Quaid's dignity?
I'm going to say a tree.
A tree is correct.
Yes.
It's 1-0 for Gina. Now, Debbie, you control the question, and we'll have a chance to tie the game. And, Debbie, we're having a little hard time hearing you. At least I am.
Yes.
Maybe you could step up to your phone a little more.
Okay, is that any better?
It's a little bit better, but speak up there. Debbie,
Okay.
where did Ben find his truck? Was it A, at the big Trucktober sales event? He saved a great deal of money on. B, Beekman's Diner. C, the Naughty Pine Cafe in Loa. Ask for Hazel. Or D, the Peach Pit Diner.
I'm going to go with B.
Beekman's Diner is correct.
That is correct. It's now tied 1-1. Gina's turn to try and answer a question.
Gina, which actor/actress played one of the Trapped Seven as well as one of the Living Dead? Was it A, Carl Hardman, B, Marilyn Monroe, C, Dame Judi Dench, because she can play anything, or D, Marilyn Eastman?
I'll go with D, Marilyn Eastman.
That is correct.
That was really difficult. It's 2-1. Debbie, now you have a chance to tie.
Debbie, what is Karen Cooper's single line of dialogue in the film? I hurt. That's A. B. MAGA. C. I turned myself into a pickle. I'm Pickle Karen. Or D. I can feel myself rot.
Oh. D.
I can feel myself rot? Good
Yes.
guess, but incorrect. I'm sorry. Gina?
Well, then it would have to be, as much as I want it to be Pickle Karen.
You're going to win. You're going to win, you know, if you get this right, Gina. And we won't
going
have any
for a
more of
minute?
these. We won't have any more of these fabulous questions.
Oh, okay, you turned me Pickle Karen. That's my answer.
Oh,
No.
Gina, that's incorrect. It's I hurt. Okay.
But you still control the question. I believe that was a steal, so you still
Okay.
Yeah,
control
that was
the
the steal,
question.
so
Yes.
now this is your question. You control it. Gina, what does Ben use to keep the undead at bay? Is it A, that new Vin Diesel record? Have you heard it?
Yeah.
B, fire. C, circles of salt on the ground. Or D, an apple a day. Keeps the zombies away. That's the old saying, right?
That's what I heard. Yeah. I don't know. Do we need to stretch this out anymore, or should I just put a stake in it?
Yeah, we can just...
Okay. That would be torches. That would be fire.
Fire. There we go. You
Gina
are the winner,
wins
Gina.
the game.
Oh,
Fabulous.
Gina, way to go.
Yeah, way to go, Gina. That was
It's all
brilliant.
good. It's all good.
Debbie, you were a good sport. Would you like the promise of someday getting a Radio from Hell tote bag?
Yes, I would. Yes,
Okay.
I would.
Okay.
Hang on the line. We'll get your information, and someday someone will contact you about how to get it.
Okay, it's 6:22. Let's get this over with.
Indeed. We will start the show officially here, and then we'll go to your check-ins. I know that we have one person on the line, I think. 877-602-9696 is the number to call. We just want to hear from you. We want to know how you're doing today. Are you surviving daylight saving time? Have you had a COVID experience? Did you have something tasty for dinner? It doesn't matter. Just let us know. 877-602-9696. Do we have a sponsor, Gina?
Yes, they want everyone to know Strong is the place to go. Unlock stronger pricing at strongvw.com.
The moon is now waxing on its way to being full. It's only 4.2% of full at this point. We'll have a full moon on March 28th. The moon will set today at 9 o'clock. It's moonrise. The moon will rise today at 9 a.m. Today being Monday, it's the 15th day of March in the year of our Lord Jesus Christ, 2021. It's day 360. The circumference of a circle, as a matter of fact, of our pandemic palaver. And we're getting very close to a year. Actually, a year will be this Saturday, so maybe we should have a celebration on Friday. But this is the morning show that celebrates and embraces daylight saving time. Yes, this is Radio from Hell, starring the Time Lords of Morning Radio, Kerry Jackson, Bill Allred, and Gina Barberi. Katie, for short, is the producer of the show. There she is in the studio in Salt Lake. Skip and Marion are helping out in the control room, and we love daylight saving time so much we'd like to have it happen all year long. Like next month we'll set the clocks back an hour, and then in May we'll spring forward, and so on and so on and so on. Cool idea, huh?
No, I don't like that.
Once a month we have in the middle of the month to make it even more fun, we'll have daylight saving, and then we'll go back and forth and back and forth. No?
Well, no, nobody likes my idea, which is we ease into it, which is like 15 minutes every week for
That's
for a
reasonable.
month, you know.
That is reasonable. Why can't we do that?
I don't know.
They
Why
won't do
can't
that.
why can't we just get rid of it? Would you rather have it be permanent daylight saving time, or would you rather have it be, I don't know what
It
to call
doesn't
regular
matter
time?
because it's the change that's hard. I don't care which one you pick.
Well,
just
no,
pick
but I mean
one.
there is a difference. I mean, one gives you more light toward the end of the day, and one, it's dark all the time. Anyway, it's by the way, it's Buzzards Day, Dumbstruck Day,
All right.
Everything You Think Is Wrong Day, and the Ides of March. You know, the Ides of March, when bad things are supposed to happen. And that's when
Kill Caesar. That's
he got it right in the rotunda. You know, and he stabbed him right in the rotunda. All right, it's an old joke. All right, check-ins 877-602-9696.
Let's go to Braden.
Braden.
Hello, Braden.
Hello, good morning, everyone.
Good morning. I know you're calling for a specific reason this morning.
I'm sorry, Bill, it cut out. Would you mind repeating that?
You're calling for a specific reason this morning.
So I had recently told you guys that I had found that Pabst Blue Ribbon hard coffee.
Yes.
Yes.
And I tried it,
Yeah.
and it kind of reminds me of a Bailey's. I'm sure you've all had a Bailey's at one point in your life.
So it's
and
creamy?
It definitely tastes like Bailey's.
It's sweet.
Yeah.
So it must be, maybe it's coffee with cream and sugar and beer.
It must be.
That's what I'm thinking. I don't think it's beer. I think it's just alcohol.
Ah, okay. All right.
If that
Did
makes
you
sense.
like it?
I enjoyed it. I don't know if y'all would, but I would recommend it.
It has caffeine in it?
I don't think so.
Well, I'm unclear then as to what, I'm going to have to look this up. I'm unclear as to why they would call it hard coffee.
Bill, will you follow that throughout the day for us?
I will. I'll try.
Throughout the day if we have to.
That,
Yeah.
I'd also be very interested, so I'll be listening.
All right. Well, thanks for checking it out, and stay tuned. Keep with the show all morning because we'll have some more details on that coming up, and we'll watch
Wonderful.
the markets for you too.
Oh, the markets. Oh, the markets.
All right. We'll see you later, Braden.
Have a good one.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Let's see. 8:27.
Nobody else?
Brody? I think we have Brody, yeah.
Brody.
Hello.
Brody,
Good morning.
how are you? Good morning. How are you?
Doing well, thanks.
Brody.
I'm driving back to St. George after being in Kanab yesterday.
Are you
Sounds
driving
like
a
you're-
giant aquarium?
Or you're driving a bathtub or something? What's that sound?
Yes, it is a giant tub.
Okay.
No, it is my truck, and it's a big bubble.
Okay. So what? You're in Kanab, and then you're driving to St. George. What is the story there?
Well, I was in Kanab for holiday to try to go out to a state park and get some space.
Mm-hmm.
Drove back home to Provo,
Mm-hmm.
and for work, I'm now delivering to St. George, so this is fun.
What are you delivering?
Doors.
Doors. I'm a door delivery man.
Somebody's got to deliver the doors.
I guess so.
How do you think doors get from here to there? They have a delivery guy.
Gina, you're acting like I'm disputing any of this. I'm not. I just.
Sorry,
Can I
sorry,
ask
Bertie.
another question by chance?
Yes.
Sure.
I participated in a Beat Gina a couple weeks ago, and I wasn't told how the prize was going to get sent out, either email or actual physical. And I was wondering if those have actually been sent out, or there's a way I know could
Was it a face
how it's
mask?
going to be sent out to know what to watch for.
Was it a face mask?
No, I think it was a gift card from Superman and Lois.
Oh.
Hang on the line, and we'll get your information, and we'll get you in touch with the proper people, all right?
Okay.
Hang on, Brody. We'll get to
Hang on.
Thanks, Bertie.
Thank you,
You
Brody.
know, if any of you, others of you have that sort of problem, please contact us, and we will come down like hard rain on the people who should be sending those out.
All right. Traffic, please, Gina.
Sure. We've got crash southbound I-15 milepost 299 at the I-215 South Junction in Murray. It is off to the right shoulder. That's the only accident UDOT is reporting. What are you reporting? How do you report? What do you report? You need to let us know. Anything you see in the road, accidents, mattresses, animals, text it to us, 33986.
All right. We will take a break. We will be back. We got, big boy news and opinioendo and very important sports in the next break.
Yes.
And then probably an email of interest and some other things happening. All right. Round one of your boners coming up as well. X96.
The music starts at 10.
I find this on my desk when I come in this morning. This leaves a bad taste in my mouth as well. Well, it says it's a postcard. Greetings from fabulous Moab, Utah.
Fabulous.
And it's a postcard from the Poison Spider bicycle shop. It's a well-known bicycle shop down in Moab. It's got a giant, horrific spider on it chasing a bicyclist through the red rocks of Moab.
Looks like one of those old movie posters.
Yeah. And then on the back it says Carrie and Bill. And it's written by someone who assigns themselves very disappointed fan.
Very disappointed.
Disappointed enough to send a postcard.
Wow.
Somebody who looks like they might have been drunk because it's barely decipherable, scribbled. Carrie and Bill, although you are entertaining, why do you disrespect and bully Gina Barberi on your show? She is the voice of reason.
Voice of reason? Did you hear that? You're now the voice of reason.
It's my dad's thing.
Intelligent and kind. I guess this is kindness.
Kindness?
Kindness. It's.
I like it when drunk people stick up for me.
Yay.
You both behave like
Jackanapes. Jackanapes, please.
misogynistic. Oh, misogynists. Gina should be something
Do you want me to try
treated much better as a professional.
Thank you,
Very-
drunk friend of the program.
Very disappointed fan. See if that doesn't look like a drunk person wrote it. Or no, you know what? I just changed my mind. It was written by an ancient person, an ancient human being. It's a former Tom Barberi fan who now like Sheena. I am not a crackpot.
Oh, I appreciate that. This took effort.
Yeah.
They had to
very old
purchase a postcard, buy a stamp.
It's a retiree in Moab.
Anyone can send an angry email. That takes no effort at all.
An angry postcard.
This took.
It's by someone who
effort.
doesn't know what email is. They're so old they don't know what email is.
I appreciate it.
I think you should. It's your old fan in Moab.
In Moab, I'll take it.
Signed old timer in Moab. Well, you should take it. It's great.
Can I keep that? I want to keep that.
Yeah. It's Gina's fan mail.
Okay.
What?
She gets it from prison and
Prison
I'll
mail.
take the fans I can get.
And
You,
the
you
elderly.
go to a show with the fans that you have,
Ben
not
Marsh.
the fans that you want.
Ben Marsh and the old timer in Moab. I got me a free postcard out of the Poison Spider bicycle shop. And now I'm sending this to those misogynists.
Another thing, I am very happy with this.
You should be.
I will tweet out a picture of my my fan.
Said, "Oh, Gina had a couple of glasses of wine and fired off some postcards, huh?"
Right.
Yeah. How do we know
Moab.
that? That didn't come from Moab.
This isn't from Moab.
It's a postcard that you got when you were bicycling before you married your husband in Moab. When you came back with chafing.
That was just after I got married.
That's
Remember,
right.
I was pregnant and I didn't
You
know.
were.
Oh yeah.
Mm-hmm.
That's right. That's right. You were trying to impress your husband.
Yes.
The one and only time you went biking with your husband.
That was it.
He do I recall? You got a new bike. You
Yeah.
bought a bike.
Yep.
And that was the only time you rode that bike.
Yeah. It doesn't. It's too big for me.
Is it still?
It's too big. I can't sit on it. My feet don't touch the ground when I sit on it.
Then why did you buy a bike that was too
I
big?
didn't. He bought it for me without me,
Yeah.
thinking I was a statuesque woman.
So is it still hanging in the garage?
Yes.
Just another,
Just waiting for his second wife?
Yes.
just one more bit of evidence that he has no idea who you are.
Excuse me. Still
His
waiting.
third wife, yeah.
It's hanging there waiting for his third wife. I'm
Yeah.
sorry, his third wife.
Okay, we got very important sports coming up here in a few moments, but first, big boy news and a Pinuendo brought to you by.
Get the most out of your shopping this new year with a Visa card from Cyprus Credit Union. Get 2% cash back on all purchases within the first 90 days. Visit cypruscu.com.
Well, they just came out. The Oscar nominations have just been announced. This year's Oscar ceremony delayed due to the pandemic and is set to air Sunday, April 25th on ABC. Some of the nominations are for Best Picture. Oh, boy. This is the wrong list. Do you
You're
have them
just
in
trying to
front of you?
keep us in suspense.
No, I just downloaded this really quickly, and I downloaded something that's not correct. Do you have them right in front of you, Gina?
Well, I didn't keep them because you said you didn't need them, so let me look. Hold on.
I probably have them here if I do this and this. No,
We can have it coming up. How about that?
there they are. Oscar nominations. They have finally arrived, and here's another story that's not. I just want a list. That's all I want, folks, is a list. I don't want the ins and outs of it. Well, I guess we're not going to get that. We'll stand
Coming up.
by,
Coming
and we'll have them. Okay. All right. I keep thinking if I click on the right thing, I'll get them all of a sudden, and then I don't.
Okay, here we go. Actress in a supporting role.
Thank you.
Olivia Colman, the father. Most of these movies nobody's seen, by the way, I don't think.
That's true.
The father, Yoon Young Jung, I think, Minari. Amanda Seyfried for Mank. Glenn Close for Hillbilly Elegy. And Maria Bakalova for Borat, subsequent.
Who's your
movie
winner
film.
there? Who's your winner?
Not
Olivia
Glenn
Colman.
Close.
Olivia Colman.
I don't know. She wins a lot of stuff. Maybe it's somebody else's turn.
It's going to be Olivia Colman.
Actor in a supporting role, Leslie Odom Jr. for One Night in Miami, which you keep talking about, which I think I need to watch that.
It's a good movie.
Yeah, it is good.
Sacha Baron Cohen, Trial of the Chicago 7, which is a good movie. I saw that.
Mm-hmm.
Paul Raci, R-A-C-I, Raci, for Sound of Metal. That's that
Riz
Ahmed,
about the drummer. Yeah.
who's going deaf, drummer going deaf.
Lakeith Stanfield, Judas and the Black Messiah, and Sacha Baron Cohen, and two from Judas and the Black Messiah. That's interesting. Let's just do the best. Are the best actor available yet? It doesn't say. Best screenplay? No, we don't want that. They aren't all out yet. That's the problem.
They're announcing them.
Yeah, they're doing
coming
right
up.
this
We'll
minute.
have a complete list. How about that?
Yeah. All right, let's move on here. Oh, Gina, a story for you. Because your son is in the Navy, the
Yes.
Navy Times reports that sailors aboard the USS Connecticut complain of bed bug infestation
Great.
for the past several years.
Several
Bed bugs-
years?
Yes. This is a submarine, so if you get submarine
you can't
duty,
get away.
yeah, the military site reports that seamen have pressed the issue with the Navy brass repeatedly, but the bed bugs just keep biting. The entire crew is reportedly on board the sub. This as training exercises continue. Some sailors were said to have taken to sleeping in chairs or on the floor.
See, I would think it would be easy to get rid of bed bugs on a submarine. You just have everybody get out,
If you do
and
it,
you throw a bug bomb in there, and you close the hatch, and you leave it for a while.
and then you send it to the bottom of the ocean.
Yeah, I mean,
no.
I would think that would be one of the easier places to get rid of them.
It would be, you would think, but apparently they haven't done it. That's the problem.
Well, get on it, Navy.
The U.S. is in a vulnerable spot with coronavirus, says Dr. Fauci, Anthony Fauci. Get the vaccine as soon as possible, he said. Don't be fooled by the packed beaches and the rollback of safety mandates in several states. COVID-19 is still spreading rampantly and must be tackled aggressively, he said, if we want to get back to normal soon. Even though daily new cases have dropped since January, over the last couple of weeks they've plateaued. And he said when you see a plateau at a high level, a level as high as 60,000 cases a day, that's a vulnerable time to have a surge, said Dr. Fauci. Here in Utah, our epidemiologist, Angela Dunn, said, we seem to be winning the fight against coronavirus here. Knock on wood, she said.
She does know that doesn't actually work, right? I mean,
No, it does. I do it all the time. Bad
okay,
stuff
all right.
never happens.
She's a woman of science, and she
All
would
right.
know, Carrie, so if
All
you
right.
knock on wood. She says that, she says, I think we might be beating the virus here. I know my job is risk assessment, so it's never 100%, but we're racing the variants right now, and I think we're winning that race. Dunn said that she knows that knocking on wood is not really a thing.
I thought it was interesting that, I don't know if you have the story, Bill, about the April 10th mask mandate deadline.
Oh, I just heard that today,
Oh, what
that
happened?
the legislature wanted to get rid of the mask mandate immediately. Mm-hmm. And it was Spencer Cox argued with them and argued with them and argued with them about it, and finally convinced them that we could go to April. Can we
Well,
just
they-
go to April 10th, I think?
Yeah, because what would have happened is they had already passed get rid of the mask mandate immediately, which means if it had gone on all the way and it had passed and Spencer Cox had vetoed it, it was veto proof. That means there are too many stupid people in the legislature to understand that that was a bad idea.
Ugh.
So instead, so you can thank Spencer Cox at least for getting them to agree to wait until April 10th. That's where April 10th came from. At least it's putting it off a little ways until, because now anybody, any adult can go get a vaccine now. So the hope is that enough people do that before April 10th
If
that
you
it's
can,
not
if
as
you
big
can
a
find
deal.
one, West Valley City they decided they would do a no appointment vaccine program. Just show up and we'll get you a shot. Those who were eligible for the COVID vaccine but didn't have an appointment could get one on Sunday in West Valley. No appointment. Sunday, well, come on in. They ran out of vaccine. So many people wanted it. Which is
good.
It's a good thing
That's
in a way, I guess. Burgess Owens
Ooh, I was hoping to make him a boner.
B.O.
said that President Joe Biden's primetime speech to the nation on Thursday showed a weak president who was afraid to talk to the public. He also attacked Biden for stealing the credit for the COVID vaccine from former President Donald Trump. Biden's address on Thursday was to mark the one-year anniversary of coronavirus pandemic and to highlight the passage of a $1.9 trillion economic stimulus package. Do you know how much $1 trillion is? I didn't really know, and I thought, so how many billions of dollars is $1 trillion? It's 1,000 billions. 1,000 billions is $1 trillion. That's astounding amount of money. Because I was reading this breakdown of where the money's going, and it's like $10 billion to farm aid, particularly for minority farmers.
Mm-hmm.
12 billion, Salt Lake City and Salt Lake County are each getting 11 or 8 billion or whatever it is. And I thought, what? That's a lot of money. Well, there are 1,000 billions to be doled out. Owens said he inexplicably, it says here, conflated the increased security presence in Washington, D.C., which was put in place following the attack on the Capitol, with that he said Biden is a scaredy cat, essentially, is what he said.
That went up before. Here, Burgess, B.O., listen to me. If we're going to give credit to Trump for the vaccine, why did he take it in secret?
Yeah.
Just answer me that question. Why did he take it in secret and not tell anybody?
Every other ex-president did a big.
If it's so great, why is he hiding it?
I heard Anthony Fauci say, what would be really good is if Donald Trump, former President Trump, would come out and urge people to get the vaccine, because there are people that are hesitant to get the vaccine, but and many of those people are his followers.
No,
so
because Donald Trump cares about Donald Trump. Donald Trump knows, I better get the vaccine because I don't want to get sick again.
Well, which is it? The vaccine is so great because Trump invented it and made it in his bathroom. Or I'm confused.
Let's talk about that COVID relief package real quickly here before we have to move on. With the largest average family size in the country, Utah families will see quite a bit of extra money in their pockets this year from the expansion of the child tax credit. By the way, people check your bank account. You might already have a deposit in your bank account and you don't know it from this stimulus money. The expansion was passed as part of the $1.9 trillion COVID relief bill. It's really one of the biggest steps forward in reducing child poverty, said Matthew Weinstein, Director of Fiscal Policy at Voices for Utah Children. Under the expansion, single parents making less than $75,000 and joint filers making less than $150 per year will get tax credit of $3,000 per child. No cap on the number of children per family. The benefit is even larger for children under the age of 6, $3,600 per child. This is an increase from the previous amount of $2,000. Just the child tax credit by itself could reduce child poverty by 50% in Utah, he said.
Mitt Romney says we didn't need it, though.
He's a weak president, Lindsey Graham decries the racial reparations in the COVID bill. Hidden inside.
How Southern of him.
Yeah. In this bill, if you're a farmer, your loan is going to be forgiven up to 120%. If you're an African American farmer, some other minority, you're going to get that. But if you're a white person, no forgiveness. That's reparations. What does that have to do with COVID?
It's relief.
The American Rescue Plan sets aside $10.4 billion for agriculture support, which about half of that set aside for minority farmers.
So not all of it.
This means
Yeah.
that any farmer who's been subjected to racial or ethnic prejudice because of their identity as members of a specific group will be entitled to extra federal funds on top of reimbursements that they claim for losses due to the pandemic. African Americans apparently own about 35,000 farms in the United States.
All right. Weather, traffic.
So it's going to be warm today, 60 for a high, partly sunny, a little windy, not too bad though. And we have a chance of rain tomorrow, and then the rest of the week looks like it gets continually warmer until we're up close to 70 by Friday, it looks like. Traffic, we've got, let's see, UDOT not reporting anything, and you aren't reporting anything. So there is nothing to report. If you'd like to report something, you can send it in to us via text if it's safe for you to do that, 33986.
All right.
Carrie?
What?
Your help would be, your
okay.
assistance
That's-
is required.
That's where it is. The spring thaw means great deals at Scott Hale. Give your furnace a tune-up for just $30. Call Scott Hale, 801-264-HALE. Sports brought to you by?
The Honda Dream Garage Spring Event brings 0% financing and other great deals from your Utah Honda dealers. See utahhondadealers.com.
Well, very important sports. Here he is, Mr. Amy Donaldson, Edward K. Brass attorney at law, to step out of his lawyering for just a moment and give us a sports report. Good morning, Mr. Brass.
Good morning, Mr. Allred. I actually think that it's the other way around. I step out of the role of very important sports to become a lawyer on a part-time basis.
That's right.
See,
He's
I got
full-time, very important sports.
Yes, full-time.
Yeah. So what's going on?
Welcome. Well, it's welcome to the all-knowing suit nativity edition of Very Important Sports. Orphaned as a small, translucent child when his father, the Invisible Man, disappeared, the suit was adopted at age 14 by Mr. Mack, who raised him to the 44-tall seersucker he is today. It's the suit's birthday.
Oh,
Happy
birthday.
birthday. Whoever all-knowing suit is, happy
Yes.
birthday to him.
For Pittsburgh listener Mauricio Paez and McAllen, Texas listener Raul Montemayor, sad Formula One news. Longtime Formula One announcer Sir Murray Walker, Order of the British Empire, voice of Formula One, passed away at 97. He was sort of the Yogi Berra of Formula One. Here's one of his quotes. It's 8 minutes past the hour here in Belgium, and presumably 8 minutes past the hour elsewhere in the world.
Presumably.
Presumably. Today is the Ides of March, as you pointed out. It's the Roman deadline for settling debts. It was the Roman equivalent of April 15th, which brings us to today's very important sports archives. As you mentioned earlier, in 44 BC, Emperor Julius Caesar was assassinated by a group of senators, Ted Cruz not among them, in the Roman Senate.
Yeah.
On the way to the Senate, so this is historically documented. Earlier in the week, a seer in a square in Rome had told Julius Caesar that he was going to be harmed on the Ides of March. Mm-hmm. And walking to the Senate that day, Caesar taunted the same seer, said, look, here I am, it's the Ides of March. And the seer said, the day isn't over yet, warning him that something would befall him. So let that be a warning to those of you who are critical of the predictions of very important sports. In football, in the Premier League, the top four are Manchester City, Manchester United, Leicester City, Chelsea. In 10th place, just an average place in the table, is Kerry Jackson's team, Arsenal. Kerry being the owner of Arsenal.
Yes.
In boxing, sad news also, marvelous Marvin Hagler passed away. Mr. Hagler was the middleweight champion for 6.5 years. He won 62 fights. He beat legends Thomas Hearns and Roberto Duran, but ultimately lost his title to media darling and Olympic hero Sugar Ray Leonard. But when the media would not refer to him as Marvelous, his nickname, he legally changed his name to Marvelous, so they had to refer to him as that.
Mm-hmm.
In skiing, the University of Utah won its 14th NCAA championship, the third and the last 4 that have been completed. Utah was winning in 2020 when the COVID canceled that meet, the middle of the meet, or they would have won 5 straight. At 16 All-Americans this year. That's quite a team that they have.
Yeah.
In golf, the Tournament Players Championship was held. Tony Finau, local, missed the cut, but before you feel too sorry for him, it is March 15th. He's won $2.8 million already this year in other tournaments in 3 months' time.
That's
so
pretty good.
In the NFL, go ahead, I'm sorry.
No, nothing. It's just I just said that's pretty good.
Yeah, that's really good.
Yeah.
It beats very important sports or lawyering. In the NFL, Drew Brees, age 42, 20 NFL seasons, is retiring. The Big Ten's quarterback trophy is named for him. He was a Super Bowl MVP. He holds the NFL passing yardage record and completion record. Excuse me. Contrast that with Tom Brady, who's 43. He just signed a 4-year contract extension. 3 years of those are voidable. But he got a $20 million bonus for signing and a $20 million roster bonus for being on the roster at the end of this month as a minimum salary of $1.7 million and a $9 million in performance bonuses. So basically he's getting $40 million this coming year no matter what happens with the other 3 years of his contract. In possibly related news, the NFL Rules Committee passed a rule that allows post-40-year-old quarterbacks to use walkers on the field. In college football, Weber State beat UC Davis 18-13. Weber is 2-0, and they're ranked number 2 in the entire United States in their division. That's pretty good. They have a good football team up there in Ogden. In baseball, all teams begin play on April 1st. You won't need to watch the season because here's your World Series. It's going to be the Yankees versus the Dodgers.
Nope.
The Yankees will win in 6 games.
Okay.
In the
heard it
NBA,
here.
Carrie
That's
just
right.
wrote that
You
down, by
remember
the
writing
way,
it
Ed.
I'll keep that. Remember what happens to you if you don't believe that, too.
That's right.
In the NBA, the Jazz lost to Golden State 131-119 yesterday after a weak first quarter, but Rudy Gobert had 24 points, 27 rebounds, 4 blocks, 2 steals. That's a monster performance. The Jazz are 28-10. They're first in the West. They have the best record in the NBA. Now, college basketball, March Madness, the big dance, all those cliches.
Yeah.
Duke and Kentucky are out for the first time in 45 years. Your number 1 seeds are Gonzaga, Baylor, Illinois, and Michigan. 2 Big Ten teams are number 2 seeds, Iowa and Ohio State. There are only 12 Big Ten teams. 10 of them are in the tournament. BYU is the number 6 seed. They'll play the winner of Michigan State, UCLA, who are in a play-in game. San Diego State is the number 6 seed. They play number 11 Syracuse. Utah State is the number 11 seed. They play number 6 Texas Tech. And the 6 and 11s are often upsets, just like that. One of those will be an upset. I'm going to say Utah State's going to beat Texas Tech. The championship game, if the brackets match up, will be Illinois versus Gonzaga. And this is the year Gonzaga is going to win the tournament.
Okay.
Go Bulldogs.
There you go.
Yep, go Bulldogs. So there's your sports for the Ides of March 2021. Thanks to you. I'm much obliged for such a pleasant stay.
Ed, is the tournament, the March Madness, is it shorter in time? Doesn't it usually start earlier? Are there fewer teams or?
No, it's the same amount of teams, and I didn't finish reading this story, but I think that they're limiting the locations this year because of COVID. It used to be spread all over the country. There would be, Salt Lake often had first-round games. That's not going to happen this year. They're going to limit the venues to just a few places for that reason, because of COVID. And there are a couple teams, apparently, that are having COVID issues, like Kansas is one of them, and if they still have those when the first round starts, there will just be forfeits for those teams that can't play.
Okay.
So,
okay. All right. Thank you,
Thank you,
Edward K.
sir.
Brass. Thank you.
nice to talk to you. Take care.
Stay safe.
Traffic, please, Gina.
Yeah, there's nothing, so let's keep that going. Why don't we?
All right.
Now, if you see something that doesn't keep it going, you can text it to us, 33986.
All right. KXRK Provo, we will take a break. We will be back. Round one of your boners on the way. Stand by. It's that.
It is the 23rd century. Humans have left the lowly confines of planet Earth and have sought their destiny among the stars. While many things have changed, one constant remains: the need for young men to venture forth and do the work of the Lord. This is the tale of two such men who at the age of 19 have answered the call of their general authorities and are embarking on a 2-year mission to spread the gospel throughout the galaxy. This is the story of Space Elders! In this episode, we find an old adversary of Butch and Lehigh planning their demise.
So, bounty hunter, you will bring me Christiansen?
Jabba the Hutt was very fond of his wrangler. He paid me more for a complete set of missionaries.
Christiansen made me look weak in front of the Emperor. Only by turning Christiansen to the dark side will I be able to regain my place by the Emperor's side.
One Elder Jensen.
Sell him to that slug, Jabba. I have arranged to have the elders meet you on Bespin. There you can ambush them without anyone noticing.
If these elders bested you and the Emperor, how do you expect me to transport them back to you?
I prefer my elders frozen. There is a carbonite facility on Cloud City. That should make transporting them simple.
Have my credits ready. I'll be right back.
Here we are, Butch. Cloud City. It sure looks like the holograms they showed us in school.
I don't know, Lehigh. I always get nervous when I stand on a city that's floating miles above the surface. Are you sure this is the right place?
Zone Leader Hanson said that we're supposed to meet someone here named Lando Calrissian, right here on Bespin.
Well, church records on this Calrissian fellow show him to be a gambler, smuggler, womanizer, and a penny stock manipulator. Are you sure this is the guy?
Well, maybe he's ready to turn over a new leaf. Oh, I think that's him right there.
Hi, and welcome to Cloud City. I'm Lando Calrissian. I run the mining operation here on Bespin. Could I offer you a beverage? Perhaps some malt?
I love a malt.
Liquor?
Oh, no, we don't drink, Mr. Calrissian. I'm Elder Christiansen, and this is Elder Jensen.
Aye.
We represent the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints.
You know, the Mormons.
Now, our zone leader said that you might be interested in learning more about our religion.
Actually, no. We have some common acquaintances. I've made a deal with the Empire. Well, they'll leave me alone if I introduce you to this guy over here. Elders, this is Boba Fett. Boba Fett, Elders Christiansen and Jensen there. Gotta go now. Got a city to run. Bye-bye.
Well, Mr. Fett was up. Well, hi, I'm... Hey, I'm all tied up.
Cool toy. I need to get me one of those. We could convert more people if we could just tie them up first.
Now, Butch, I don't think we would be allowed to hog-tie prospective converts. Excuse me, Mr. Fett, could you untie me now?
One down, one to go.
Don't push my companion in that hole!
Whoa!
What have you done to my companion? Is Butch dead?
No, he wouldn't be worth much to me dead. Jabba wants to see him die in person. Your companion is frozen in carbonite. Now, if you would be so kind as to throw yourself down in there, we can get on with this.
You're going to take us both back to Jabba's palace?
No, you have an appointment with Darth Vader and the Emperor.
Cousin Darth? Oh, my.
Hey, get over here.
Sorry about this, Butch, but I need you to do something for me. Oh, I guess you weighed more than I thought in this thing, Butch. I'm sorry, Mr. Fat. I hope my companion, who's now frozen in carbonite, wasn't too heavy. Oh, geez, what do I gotta do now? I better go for some help.
Never leave your companion, Lehigh. time.
Mr. Kenobi?
It is the first rule. You must never leave your companion.
Obi-Wan! Come back, I need some help. Oh, well, I guess I can put you on my luggage rack like this, Butch. Come on, let's go. Will Butch be able to serve out the rest of his mission frozen in carbonite? Can Lehigh really find a big microwave to defrost him in? Will Darth Vader ever get his revenge and once again become the Emperor's favorite lapdog? And where does Boba Fett get all those neat gizmos? Tune in next time to hear Butch say... on the next mind-numbing episode of Space Elders!
All right, it's 7:06. We got round one of your boners coming up. Stand by for that.
This is shocking, Gina.
Well,
this is
just wait,
shocking.
wait.
It's shocking.
Wait.
I don't know the details yet, but what you have led me to believe, it's shocking.
So my 13-year-old, Muhammad, you know Muhammad.
Yeah.
Likes to climb things, jump off things.
Kill ducks.
Skiing this
balls.
year has been mostly skiing in the terrain park and trying to perfect his 360s.
Well, you know.
And
Sure.
He's
just the
he's
way
an
you and I were as
adventuresome.
kids, Carrie, right?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. I can relate.
Yeah.
He's he's a risk taker.
Yeah.
He gives my heart palpitations almost every. He can't walk in a straight line. He parkours off of trees and walls and boulders, and so he and his friends have somehow discovered the old TV show Jackass.
Oh no.
Oh, that's not good.
I don't know how they discovered this. This is an old show that they shouldn't know about, but they do.
Honey, I've told you to stop watching me TV.
And so he and his friends were talking about it, and he said to me that he had started watching Jackass, and I said, oh, I really wish you wouldn't do that. And I said, I've met Steve-O. And he said, what? I said, yeah, we had him on our show. In fact, here's a picture of me with Steve-O. And so I showed him the picture, and I gave it to Katie, I think, maybe in the...
Yeah, I didn't see that.
X96.com/live.
Well, I'll go there.
And you can tell how long ago that was, because that's in the studio before they put up all the soundproofing in the studio.
Oh, so that was when we first moved in.
Yeah.
Because who needs soundproofing? You've got walls and a glass window behind you. Who needs soundproofing?
And I can't remember if he was doing stand-up or for some, like...
I'm pretty sure he was
stunty
doing
thing he was
He
in
was
town for.
He was doing a show at Wise Guys.
Yeah.
And so I showed Mohammed this picture, and he's like, "Oh, can you send me a copy of that? So my friends don't believe me that you met Steve-O." And it's the first time he's ever cared about anybody I've met before.
Wait a minute, was
ever.
this 13 years ago? That Steve-O
It was a
in our
while ago.
studio?
It was a while.
Oh.
Feels like 13.
So I send him the picture. And the next day, I said, "Oh, what'd your friends think of the picture of your mom with Steve-O?" And he said, "Well, they've come to a conclusion."
Mm-hmm.
I said, "What's?"
The
I said,
conclusion
"What's?"
I just came to.
What's that?
Yeah.
He said, "Well, they think that Steve-O's my dad."
Yep.
Because
I'm surprised you would let this out on the air, Gina.
Because
now we know.
His friends who know him and know my husband Joe, they said it actually makes much more sense.
Mm-hmm.
You know, Joe is steady and thoughtful
Cautious.
and cautious and
And?
Steve.
See, now I seem to remember that day. After the show, you and Steve-O went for coffee.
As I recall.
And it was several hours later that you came back to work.
Now, on the Luke Cage TV show, coffee is code.
It is?
For
yeah.
let's get coffee.
Yeah, I used to be code with a girlfriend of mine.
Going for coffee?
Hey, you want to go for coffee?
Yeah. So
Bad
his friends have decided that explains everything.
Well, let me just ask. Muhammad certainly didn't dissuade them of that, right?
No, of course not.
He didn't. I cannot confirm or deny. Should have been the answer.
Because this is the child that had his arms all scarred up and told everybody it was a bear attack, and they believed him. So there's precedent here for tall tales.
Yeah.
So
maybe somebody maybe I would start. Maybe I'll figure out a way to send little messages to Mohammed. It's hi, it's your dad.
It's
your real dad.
Your real dad.
And I've been waiting until you were mature to kind of contact you. Would you? We could really perpetuate it. Except he would feel ultimately, Muhammad would feel horrible if he thought that was really true.
He would.
Of course he would. Because I know.
I think it's funny that his friends, knowing him and seeing a picture of his mom with Steve-O, would go, "Yeah, that makes way more sense."
You should really try to I mean, it's probably too late, but Jackass is not. It's aside from the stupid stunts, the crude stunts, and the crude, boorish behavior of everyone on that show, it's very unkind. It's a cruel show, I think. I really could. The few episodes I saw, I just go, "Oh my, this is awful."
Yeah, I don't love it. No,
this is the way human being. This is human beings.
But every kid has to rebel in some way against their parents, and if it's Jackass for one, it's Ozzy Osbourne for another.
And so far he hasn't done anything to replicate any of the actual behavior from
Get ready.
Jackass.
It'll happen.
And if he does, I'm just going to have him take it up with his dad.
Exactly.
If he ever starts using the word enema, then I think you're in trouble.
Well, and his new voicemail recording should be, "Hi, this is Mohammed Jones, and this is Jackass." And that's it. There you go.
Don't give him any ideas. And no, this is nothing like Sam Jackson. Samuel.
Oh, the fake autographs?
Yes.
I don't know.
Nothing like that at all.
I don't know. All right. Traffic then. Gina
Crash eastbound SR 201 at 68th West. That's milepost at 9. It is off to the right shoulder. And that's the only accident UDOT is telling me about. And you aren't telling me about anything either. That tells me things are moving well. If things start not moving well and you want to let other friends of the program know and it's safe for you to do that, you can always text it to us at 33986. Tim Daly Auto Group, home of the Forever Warranty on all new and select used vehicles at Tim Daly Infinity, Tim Daly Ford, and all 3 Tim Daly Nissan locations.
All right.
Boners round 1 coming up. Here are the candidates you will be considering. Boner candidate number 1, taking a little stroll at Andrews. Boner candidate number 2, party again. And boner candidate number 3, thank you, Jeffrey Epstein.
All right, so we got round 1 of your boners. Big boy news and opinioendo coming up after these. Stand by. RandLife.com.
You know, I've done I did a refinance with Rand Life a couple of times, and one fairly recently, where I reduced the term of my loan and ended up saving thousands and thousands of dollars on the life of the loan. So I've worked with Rand Life a couple of times. I know them. I know the people who work there, and I've always had a great experience. And then I've been hearing from listeners that Rand Life has treated them very well. So they're a local mortgage company. They have experienced loan officers. They're ready to talk to you about your mortgage. If you don't have a mortgage, but you think you might want to, you're ready to get into a house, maybe you are. Call the experienced loan officers at Rand Life and find out. Or call and talk to them and see if a refinance is right for you. Their phone number is 801-478-4500. That's 478-4500, or you can go to randlife.com.
Radio from Hell with Carrie, Bill, and Gina. 96.3 FM, X96.
I got caught in an embarrassing moment this morning.
Oh, good. I can't wait to hear.
Here at work. Already, I've been at work about an hour now, and already caught in an embarrassing moment.
Are you saving it?
No, I'll tell you right now. I came in the back door, as I always do. I kind of hope Chris is listening. I don't know Chris's last name.
Mancow.
Yeah, Chris Mancow.
Sure.
Yeah. So Chris is a board operator here in the building, and he tends to another radio station. He's a very nice guy, very quiet guy, very shy, I believe. Mm-hmm. Probably if he's hearing this, is embarrassed to hell that I'm even mentioning him on the radio. He's a very shy guy. So I come in the building this morning, and I'm walking down the long corridor there, and there down at the end of the corridor is a copy machine. And on the copy machine is sitting a big, it's like a briefcase, suitcase kind of thing.
Okay.
It looks like a toolbox, but not metal. It's a fabric kind of stuff. What do they call that? Cordova. No, anyway. So it's a big case with buckles on it and everything. And it's sitting there it's just out of place. It's odd. I've never seen it sitting there before. It's sitting, what is that? I think to myself. So then I think.
How curious were you?
I open it up and start rifling through it. Look at this. Look at this. And I mean, there was nothing particularly strange.
Wait a minute,
in there.
you saw someone's luggage lying around and you just opened it?
Well, yeah.
Didn't you learn anything from the announcements at the airport?
Or anything from the Dick Van Dyke Show?
God.
But I thought in my mind, maybe the reason I opened it is I thought, I wonder if because it looks like one of those things that the copy guy brings with his tools in it.
Okay.
To repair the copier. But I start going through it, and it's obviously somebody's briefcase. It's got some CDs in there, library books. There's an orange in there. I went through it pretty extensive. No, I didn't.
Sounds like you cataloged all of the stuff in there.
This is all stuff that I could sort of see right there. And as I'm kind of going through it, Chris comes up the hall the other way and goes, "Hey, that's mine." And I went, "Oh,
I'm sorry."
I thought it was the copy guys.
Because if it was the copy guys, that would have been okay to go.
Well, it was my duty to investigate as a junior TSA trainee.
TSA, which really does mean to stand around. I'm just convinced of it.
No, so sorry. I apologize to Chris, and I'll apologize again. But just just standing there going through his stuff, and here comes the shyest guy in the building going, "Hey!"
X96.3 and X96.com.
Let's see, 7:19 right now, and we'll talk about it coming up. But some big moves in Mad Marchness on our brackets.
I haven't checked.
It's it's disturbing.
Disturbing, is it?
Disturbing for me.
Huh.
My picks aren't performing.
I'm shocked.
Well, you'll see coming up.
All right.
We'll talk about it on the way. 7:20 right now. Time for round one of your boners. Here we go. 3 news stories. These are examples of bad, stupid, or funny human behavior, and you will decide with your vote. Of these 3 candidates, which one is the worst? Which one deserves to go forward to Boner Fight and possibly become Boner of the Day? Winning here secures it a spot in the finals in Boner Dome, Boner Fight. We have round 2 coming up at 8:20. We do this again with 3 more candidates. We get another winner there. Then we take the winner of each round and we put them against each other. Boner Fight happens at 9:20 this morning, and that's when you'll decide who is Boner of the Day with your vote. Right now, use your vote to send one of these 3 candidates forward to Boner Dome. Okay? 2 candidates now, a third after the news. Once you've heard all 3, you'll vote, and one of you lucky random Boner voters will receive
I can't buy it, gotta win it, Radio from Hell Boner t-shirt. And yes, you can pick it up. We have office hours, at least for the rest of the month, I think. April 4th, I believe, is what we're saying for now. And that's open 9 to noon at 50 West Broadway on the 2nd floor.
All right. Here, I'm making a note here. Sorry. Here is Boner candidate number 1. Taking a little stroll at Andrews. In a highly unusual breach of security last month at the air base that operates the Air Force One presidential aircraft, an apparently aimless intruder went undetected for several hours and walked on and off an airplane on the flight line before his quirky headgear gave him away. He was wearing what an Air Force investigative report released Thursday described as a bright red or pink cap that partially covered his ears and had distinctive balls on the top of the hat that looked a little bit like mouse ears. An
So
airman
if he hadn't had that on, he could have gotten away with this for longer?
I don't know. And he was wearing what, let's see, an airman in the operations office at Joint Base Andrews, located in Maryland, just outside Washington, saw the man on the flight line and became suspicious, partly because of the headgear, and he called security. Officials said he never got close to Air Force One. To be frank, I'm just being honest, we had no idea that we had an unauthorized civilian on the base. He could have roamed around for a bit longer had it not been for that particular airman that figured out, he doesn't quite fit in, said the Air Force general who briefed people on the situation. So he actually got on and off planes that were parked there. Officials said the intruder was turned over to law enforcement because there was at least one outstanding warrant for his arrest. His name has not been released. The Inspector General's report said he had an extensive arrest record. Security forces actually never saw him transition from the open gate to the aircraft, but he did. He got, and so he was wearing this odd hat, and then dark pants and a jacket and black high-top sneakers. And some people said, "Oh, I thought he was a contractor or something." He just wandered around.
That's
Boner
amazing.
candidate number 1, taking a little stroll at Andrews. And the boner here, of course, is the security forces who apparently were not very secure.
Yeah.
That this could happen is just beyond the pale. Here's Boner candidate number 2. I think we've done this before. Party! It's spring break. And in Miami Beach, it is worse than people thought it would be.
Mm-hmm.
Several hundred people were arrested in Miami Beach over the weekend as throngs of unruly spring breakers descended on the city. Friday marked the wildest day in the party hotspot, as about 120 people were arrested and 2 police officers were injured during clashes with the partiers. It's a difficult situation, said Miami Beach Mayor Dan Gelber. A lot of people are coming here, and they're coming with the wrong intentions. And they're not wearing masks, and they're certainly not social distancing. The crowd
what
ended
made
up.
you think they were going to? If
Well, I mean,
Florida's open season.
Yeah, the mayor of Miami Beach. We had a story with him a couple of weeks ago. He kept saying, "Please don't come. Please don't come to Miami Beach. Please don't come." He warned
But
that
your
the
governor
spring.
says it's fine.
He warned the spring breakers that there will be more arrests if they continue to disobey laws. If you're coming here because you think anything goes, you're going to have a terrible time because we're going to arrest you, he said. Boner candidate number 2, party! Coming up in a moment, boner candidate number 3. Thank you, Jeffrey Epstein.
All right, boner candidate number 3 for round 1. Coming up after this, Big Boy News and Opinioendo, brought to you by...
Are you searching for Pokemon? Locally owned Haster Games has the best selection of Pokemon, Dungeons & Dragons, Magic, and more. Shop online at HasterGames.com or visit the store. 6831 South State. Curbside service is available.
All right, we do have the Oscar nominations now, and we'll do a few of them for you here. Best Picture nominations. There are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 Best Picture nominations. And as Gina mentioned before, my guess is you haven't seen any of these movies. The Father, which is the Anthony Hopkins movie, which apparently very good. Judas and the Black Messiah. Mank, I saw that. It's on Netflix, and it was like, okay.
That's the way I felt about it, too.
Just kind of, all right, whatever. Minari, Nomadland, Promising Young Woman, Sound of Metal, and The Trial of the Chicago 7.
I've only
Saw
seen
that
one of those movies.
Which one was that?
The Chicago 7.
Yeah, I think I've seen 4 of them.
Now, Best Director. And again, you have Best Director, and some of the Best Director, their movies were not nominated for. I never understand that.
No, that doesn't make sense.
The Best Director category, it should be the people who directed the Best Picture.
Mm-hmm.
But in this case, Thomas Vinterberg, who directed Another Round, David Fincher for Mank, Lee Isaac Chung for Minari, Chloe Zhao for Nomadland, and Emerald Fennell for Promising Young Woman. Best Actor, Riz Ahmed for Sound of Metal, Chadwick Boseman, the winner, for Ma Rainey, Anthony Hopkins, The Father, Gary Oldman, Mank, and Stephen Yeun for Minari. Best Actress, Viola Davis, Ma Rainey, Audra Day, The United States versus Billie Holiday, Vanessa Kirby, Pieces of a Woman, Frances McDormand, Nomadland, Carey Mulligan, Promising Young Woman. We already told you the supporting ones, and I think those are the most.
The main
of course,
ones?
Yeah, of course, very important. Best original song, right?
Always a favorite.
Yes.
Fight for You from Judas and the Black Messiah. Hear My Voice from The Trial of Chicago 7. Oh, that was wonderful. And I have no idea.
No
what.
idea.
I've seen the movie and I don't know what that. Husavik for Eurovision Song Contest. That was a pretty funny movie. And let's see, IOC, The Life Ahead, and Speak Now for 2 songs from One Night in Miami. Oh no, no, I'm sorry. It was Chicago 7, One Night in Miami is Speak Now is the. I don't know why that's there. Let's see. 1 million COVID vaccines now have been administered in Utah. 1 million. So that would be, I think we determined there were 3 some odd million people in the state of Utah, and we talked about that last week.
Almost 4, I think.
So close to a third of the population has been vaccinated. New COVID cases reported Sunday, 396 new cases. Let's see, 167 people currently hospitalized, and 6 new deaths were reported from COVID. I was going to put this in the boner candidates, but it would have just won. It would have knocked everything out. Wildlife officials are looking for whoever shot and killed a wild hawk, a protected animal in South Salt Lake. Earlier this week, according to the Utah Division of Wildlife Resources, a resident saw a sharp-shinned hawk perched in a tree, and the resident saw the bird get shot and fall to the ground.
Aww.
The bird was shot by what appeared to be a small caliber firearm, maybe an air rifle or a .22. The witness didn't hear a gunshot or see the suspect, but happened to be watching the hawk when the hawk was shot. The bullet went all the way through the hawk, and there were bullet fragments found inside of its body. Let's see. This is fascinating. Despite LDS Church rules, that's the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints, you know, the Mormon Church, in case you were unaware. They have rules against their top leaders contributing to political candidates. Federal election reports indicate, though, that the popular Latter-day Saint apostle, so he's pretty high up in the church, Dieter Uchtdorf.
Oh, the Silver Fox.
Yeah, made 13 donations. Yeah, made 13 donations last year and early in 2021, totaling $2,300 to Democratic Party funds and candidates, including Joe Biden's presidential campaign.
13.
Uchtdorf confirmed in an emailed statement Friday that the donations were made by his family using an online account which is shared by our family and associated with my name. Any Uchtdorf contribution would violate the faith's political neutrality policy, which declares that the church's general authorities and general officers and their spouses and other ecclesiastical leaders serving full-time should not personally participate in political campaigns, including promoting candidates, fundraising, speaking on behalf or otherwise endorsing candidates, and making financial contributions. Now, I love this line. I forget what. He regrets such an oversight on my part, the affable German said. I fully support the church's policy towards the political donations from church leaders. These donations were made by my family in my name, but I didn't know about it.
Well, you may want to get a different account then.
Yeah, I would say.
How dare the family donate to Democrats? Oh.
Let's see, how much time do we have?
You're good. We got 3 minutes. Yeah.
Oh, okay. Former President Trump is kind of teasing the fact that his daughter-in-law, Laura Trump, might run for a North Carolina Senate seat in 2022. The former president raised the prospect for Laura during some impromptu remarks at Mar-a-Lago while speaking at a fundraiser for Big Dog Ranch Rescue. Laura Trump has long been an animal rights activist. I didn't exactly prepare for this, but I was walking by and I heard somebody screaming. Trump said from lecterns to furious applause. I want to thank Laura, who's been so incredible. But I don't know. Are you running for the Senate? I hear she's going to run for the Senate, he said.
Yeah, he was just walking by.
Yeah,
oh,
but
a microphone.
Donald Trump has also said to the Republican Party, stop using my image for fundraising.
Well, because he wants the money. He doesn't want the. It doesn't do him any good if the GOP gets the money.
Donate it
he
to
wants
me.
It yeah,
he's got his own political fund.
Yeah.
So stop donating. What he's saying is stop giving money to the Republican Party. Give the money to me. If I were the Republican Party, I would just do everything in my power to shun and get rid of this guy.
But they don't. They go down there and kiss his ring.
I know. I don't
Also,
get it.
Laura Trump's animal charity.
Animal rescue, yeah.
Yeah, they're being investigated.
Uh-huh. And finally this. I love Twinkies. Just when we thought that the comeback of cotton candy Twinkies was the most exciting thing coming from Hostess this season, which I didn't even know until now, that there are cotton candy Twinkies. There's another one coming, the new lemonade stand Twinkies.
Ooh.
The limited edition lemonade stand Twinkies will be available for about 4 months, and they have a kind of lemony meringue filling.
I would try that.
I'll try them, sure.
Sounds good to me.
But of course, you got to buy a whole box. You can't just buy, 2.
Do you?
Yeah, they never release those little special flavors in just a package.
It says here it will be available for 4 months in 2 single-count, single-serve packs.
Yeah, they put 2 together in
a box of 10 individually wrapped cakes, and a club pack of 16 cakes.
It's never been my experience when I see them, in just with 2. It's usually you have to buy the box to get the special flavor.
Okay. All right, that's it.
All right. Weather traffic.
It'll be nice and warm today, partly sunny, high of 60. Then overnight tonight, slight chance of rain. A little bit of rain for your commute on Tuesday and cooler, 54 tomorrow. And then we warm up the rest of the week where by Friday we're mostly sunny and close to 70 for a high. So you have that to look forward to. And you can look forward to your commute this morning because I see no issues. At least UDOT's not telling me about any. And neither are you via text. Oh, wait, here's one.
Spoke
too soon. Accident with a motorcycle. A friend of the program is letting us know just south of 6 South and 3rd East. Emergency and fire blocking the southbound lanes. I liked it better when we didn't have anything to tell you about, but I appreciate you sending that in at 33986.
Man, did you know that they have caramel ding-dongs?
Ooh, no.
That sounds
good. I've gone down the hostess hole.
Uh-oh.
Iced lemon cupcakes. Let's see. Never mind. I got to get away from that. Here's boner candidate number 3. Thank you, Jeffrey Epstein. Everyone was shocked when a 2021 Grammy acceptance speech, and we'll talk about the Grammys coming up. A 2021 Grammy acceptance speech featured a shout-out to disgraced billionaire and dead guy Jeffrey Epstein, who died, of course, in jail, incarcerated for alleged sex trafficking of minor girls. The Grammys premiere ceremony started less than, this was written during the Grammys. Dozens of awards were handed out, while accepting in the Beat Music Film category. There was a documentary called Linda Ronstadt, Sound of My Voice. The producer accepting the award made a huge mistake. Now, those credited for the film are Rob Epstein and Jeffrey Friedman.
Oh, no.
The person accepting the award on their behalf combined the names and said, thank you, and Jeffrey Epstein thanks you very much. And didn't even know,
Freud?
didn't even realize what he had done. And people went, wait a minute, what did he say?
Oh.
Jeffrey Epstein. Boner candidate number 3. Thank you, Jeffrey Epstein.
All right, there you go. Let's review the first 2 and vote.
Boner candidate number 1, taking a little stroll at Andrews. That's Andrews Air Force Base, where the president's plane, Air Force One, is located, and presumably the vice president's plane and all of that. And some intruder wearing a hat with sort of mouse ears on top of it just went wandering around Andrews and got on and off planes, was there for about an hour and a half. Boner candidate number 2, party. The spring breakers fighting with police and spreading COVID around Miami Beach. And boner candidate number 3, thank you, Jeffrey Epstein.
Okay. You've got to decide of these 3 candidates which one is the worst, which one deserves to go forward to Boner Fight and possibly become Boner of the Day. If it wins here, it is not Boner of the Day yet. It secures a spot in Boner Dome in the finals. But then we have round 2 at 8:20. We have 3 different candidates. We get another winner there. So then we take both the winners, one from each round, and put them against each other for the finals. We call it Boner Fight. That's at 9:20 this morning. That's when you'll decide Boner of the Day for real. Right now, send one of these 3 contestants forward to possibly become Boner of the Day. 1, 2, or 3. Remember your candidate number, the one that you think should win this round. Put that number in the message of a text. That's all we need. 33986 is where you send that text. Or you can call 877-602-9696. Use your voice to vote. Or go online, x96.com. Look for the box that says Boner Voting, March 15, 2021, and vote there. And if you don't see that box, refresh your browser. It should appear. You have until the end of these messages to do so. Let's go. This is round one. Okay. Michael A. York and Associates.
Taxes are, I think they're due April 15th, aren't they? Something
Usually.
like that. So I haven't done mine yet, but Michael A. York and Associates can help you with your taxes, particularly if you're a person who has a small side business.
You might not know that you have a small side business, actually. Maybe during the pandemic you started, I don't know, making crafts and selling them online, or who knows what kind of side business you may
My
have.
canned peaches are really good.
I mean, if you have income and you think, well, I just sort of take that under the table and I don't want to claim it because that's bad, right? Not necessarily. You need to get Michael A. York and Associates involved. It could end up saving you some money by claiming some of those income on taxes.
Michael A. York offers a big range of tax, financial, and consulting services to help you and your business reach your financial goals. Whether you're looking for just a small tweak or a complete overhaul in your finances, Michael A. York. Call them 801-REFUNDS or visit michaelayork.com.
It's often said that the people of Utah speak a language all their own. It's a language that's often confusing and even incomprehensible to newcomers here in the Beehive State. So, Radio from Hell presents a handy guide to help everyone understand how the natives speak. It's the Utah word of the day. And today's word is...
Well, today's word for LeVar and LeGrand to toss around is nominees. Nominees, nominees. This word was suggested by Radio from Hell listener Craig Cripps, who heard the word used by his girlfriend. If you have a word for us to include in these Utah lessons, please email us at radiofromhell@x96.com. And now, they're going to have at it. Here are LeVar and LeGrand and the word nominees.
Hey, LeVar, who you voting for this year? You going to vote, aren't you? I mean, you better not be thinking of skipping this election. This will be maybe the most important election of our lives. If we don't make the right choice for county assessor this year, we could ruin the fate of the county for years. This is crucial.
Keep your shirt on, buddy. I'm voting. And sure, the assessor is important. But if we don't pick the right person for surveyor, the county could go to hell in a handbasket. I mean, there'd be years of no straight lines anywhere as far as the eye could see. I mean, we'd have crooked roads and buildings that ain't square. But this year, the choice for surveyor is clear.
It is? Well, how come?
The choice is clear because the guy running for surveyor is unopposed. He's the only nominee.
Oh, the only nominee. Well, good hell. I mean, don't people realize how important the office of surveyor is?
You and me does, friend, but most folks don't appreciate straight lines and well-defined boundaries.
Well, okay. But who else you looking at that's been nominated for office? Who are some of the other nominees?
Oh, lots of others, LeGrand. Lots of other candidacial nominees to consider.
Well, I get that, but what I'm looking for is guidance here, LeVar. I don't know who to pick. Where do you find your info on the nominees for public office?
Well, when it comes right down to it, I let the Lord choose my nominees for me. I vote by the power of prayer.
The power of prayer? You mean you ask for divine guidance on the nominees and then you pick somebody based on that?
Sure do. I get myself down in an attitude of prayer and I ask, who should I vote for? And the answer will come to me. I kneel and I ask, who should I pick? And then the name of the nominee appears in my mind, and I mark the spot and vote. Today, I got down and asked for guidance for several of the nominees,
well,
and
I'll
then
be damned.
I voted.
I'll be damned. And the names of the nominees came to you then?
Yes, they did.
Well, so you're going to vote now? You're going to vote for some of the nominees now?
No, I can't vote right away. Well, with the praying on my knees, seems I've bruised my knees. They're tender and sore. I would vote today, but I need to rest. Nominees are too painful to get out there.
Join us again some other time as we examine how the Utah natives speak with the Utah word of the day.
Okay, it's 7:45. Time to award round one of your boners.
And round one of the boner voting is brought to you by Texas Caviar.
What is?
It's a salad with cold salad with beans, not garbanzo beans, black-eyed peas, and chopped up peppers, red pepper, yellow pepper, celery, bunch of stuff, and there's kind of a vinegar dressing. I don't know why they call it.
No fish eggs at all.
No, I don't know. I guess it's because of the chickpea, not chick.
Black-eyed peas.
Black-eyed peas. They maybe look a little like fish eggs. I don't know. I don't know why they call it that.
And the key to good sex is good communication. Unlock your best pleasure at Black Velvet Boutique, Utah's locally owned by women sexual wellness resource, open 7 days a week, 595 South State in Clearfield, and online at blackvelvetboutique.com.
All right, we had boner candidate number one, taking a little stroll through Andrews. The boner candidate there being lax security, or a lack of security, which would allow a guy, it turns out he had a long criminal record, to just wander around Andrews Air Force Base, where the presidential plane is kept, and get on and off planes and just wander. That's weird. Boner candidate number two, party! 150 spring breakers arrested in Miami Beach for violating all kinds of ordinances and just being asses in general. And boner candidate number three, thank you, Jeffrey Epstein. Jeffrey Epstein accidentally thanked while accepting an award at the Grammys. Bob won a T-shirt from us, and the winner, pretty decisively, boner candidate number two, Miami Beach Partiers.
There you go.
I think people are irritated when it's like, we're all doing the right things. Why are you people ruining this for everybody? And
if they'd all just, get with it, it'd be, it would shorten the time. Yes. You want to get back to work. You want to get back to school. You want to go back to the bars and restaurants. Take a few months and just do this, and then we'll be able to. But you keep stretching it out anyway.
You know what I would like more than that? People to be smarter than they are.
That's the winner of round one. It now goes forward to Boner Fight. Might be Boner of the Day. Round two at 8:20 this morning. We'll do this again with three more candidates. Get a winner there. And say both of our winners and put them against each other. You'll decide Boner of the Day with your vote at 9:20 this morning. All right.
I have some emails of interest.
Oh, really?
Multiple.
I have two at least.
Two? Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Email. Oh, interest.
First, this email came to us, radio from hell at x96.com. Oh, maybe this one came to Bill at x96.com, but you can, however you want to do it. Mm-hmm. And it was last week, and it's from our friend Karen.
Oh, hi, Karen.
Hi, Karen.
In Wendover, who I think is listening right now, probably.
Mm-hmm.
And it says, "Hi, Bill. I just want to let you know, even after making fun of me yesterday." Now, I remember she called in to Dr. Cobble, or she texted. That's right. She was having trouble with her phone. And she texted, could I get the COVID vaccine in my hip rather than my arm?
I remember that.
Yes.
But I don't recall how we made fun of Karen, or if I made
You
fun
made
of
a
Karen.
joke about, because she's in Wendover, about that you don't want to have it in the arm because it would affect your slot machine.
Oh, that was Carrie, I think.
Yeah, I made the slot
machine arm. Yeah. Anyway, so even after making fun of me, I got my COVID-19 vaccine. My arm hurts, she says. I was asking about getting it in my hip, which I thought was weird, because I'm a big baby when it comes to needles.
Mm-hmm.
If I can't see it, I'm mostly okay.
Close your eyes.
So apparently to give Karen any kind of an injection or a vaccine, you have to sneak up on her.
Apparently. Close your eyes.
Take care.
I never, when I get blood drawn or get a shot, I always look away. I don't close my eyes, but I just look away.
I've been getting blood drawn for like 30 years now, and it's just you just don't look. You just you ask them which arm would you prefer, and then you just turn your head.
Yeah. She says, "Take care. Tell Kerry good luck with his shot." So
I got it.
Yeah.
Oh, no, it's over here. Yeah.
So there you go. That's from Karen in Wendover. Now this one. It's not signed, but I can see who it's from, the email address.
Mm-hmm.
You guys suck ass, it says.
Okay.
All right.
All you do is play the same songs over and over and over again.
Hey, we haven't played Rockwell in years.
Yeah.
Now, I'm assuming he's listening to the rest of the station as well.
Yeah.
But I'm from Arizona.
Oh, well. All right, hang on. I didn't know we were dealing with that's
sophistication.
Important. That's important to
Yeah.
know.
Salt Lake said, "You used to rock. Your evening guy, and he really sucks. I heard the same song 3 effing times in an hour."
No, you didn't.
And you know what? K-Bear thinks you suck, too.
Yeah, I knew that. I didn't need someone from Arizona to tell me that.
Get it right!
Get it right.
It says.
Okay. All right.
That's the end of it.
That's
well, let's not direct it at us specifically.
I just wonder what this person was hoping to accomplish by sending this.
They were hoping is, we got a guy from Arizona. He's from out of state. He knows better. Someone get on the phone. Did you play the same song in the same hour 3 times?
Nick, it would be Nick. Nick, what are you doing?
Now maybe this guy wrote this and sent it to us because he wanted to show us how smart he is.
Oh, well, he's from Arizona. So.
Yeah. From Arizona, knows a thing or two about radio stations.
Because they have them there.
Yeah. So I'm stunned. I was stunned when I read it. I haven't responded.
Are we going to take immediate action? I think.
Well, we need to fire Nick.
You know what?
I'm texting him right now.
That's how I'm going to respond to this guy.
Yeah.
The scales have fallen from my eyes, sir.
You won't understand.
No.
What does it mean?
I'm astonished. I didn't see this, that we didn't see this before. We are taking immediate action. Should I do that?
You should.
The first thing on our agenda is, number 1, stop ass sucking.
Okay, right there.
Number 2.
No more of that.
Yeah. Number 2, make sure we don't play the same song over. As a matter of fact, we're going to make sure that we never play the same song. In other words, every single song we will play for one time, and then it's off.
And then it's gone forever.
Then it's gone. Number 3.
That's gonna. There are no classic rock stations in Arizona.
Number 3, we'll try to regain our, as you put it, rock.
Okay.
Because we used to rock.
We used to, apparently. Okay.
And then, of course, we'll fire
Nick.
We'll fire Nick. Gary's already done that.
Yeah, I just texted him. He's done.
And then
because that's how it works. All it takes is one anonymous letter.
Yeah. And then we're going to call K-Bear and say, "You guys are right. You guys are right. We do suck."
All right.
So that'll make him feel good, I'm sure.
Tropos is right. Arizona, the Florida of the West.
Yeah.
There you go. Email of interest. Okay. Just really quickly here. Mad Marchness at x96.com. Our brackets, our picks. You vote. And, boy,
What?
I lobbied too hard for Gina's fancy hat.
Oh, yeah?
Oh, my fancy hat has no business being moving on in this competition.
Okay, here's what happened. Round 2 was my pick, the 1966 Batmobile, versus Bill's pick, a note from my kid about a dead raccoon.
Mm-hmm.
Bill won. Bill's pick won. The note from the dead. I told you it could go all the way.
I believe it.
I can't believe it. I don't.
And then in the next one, my dogs, Hudson and Ripley, versus Katie's Triceratops You Can Ride. Well, my dogs won.
That I expected.
Yeah. Now then there was Gina's fancy handmade hat versus my pick, Drunk Dr. McCoy.
My hat should not have won in that battle.
And I see, honestly, last week I thought I've got it made with that one, and so I was lobbying jokingly for Gina's hat. It worked against
Carrie.
me because Gina's hat won. And then in the battle of Bill's pick, A Drink by the Fire versus my pick, Galactus the Planet Eater, Drink by the Fire won.
Oh.
So now
you
we're
only
down.
have one?
I only have one.
Okay.
I have been completely removed almost. Let's see. So round 3, right now at Mad Marchness, it's at x96.com. Bill's A Note for My Kid About a Dead Raccoon is going up against my dogs, Hudson and Ripley.
Oh, well, your dogs will win.
I wouldn't count on it.
And Katie's totally out?
Katie's totally out now. Gina's fancy hat now is going up against Bill's Drink by the Fire.
That's going to be close. I don't know.
I wonder
They're
if it's
very similar.
I wonder if it's going to be both of Bill's picks in the finals.
No.
No.
I
But
think
you have
the
all week.
dogs will win.
You have all week to vote. X96.com for Mad Marchness. Click on the rotating banner. All right. Traffic, Gina, please.
Yeah, it's been a fairly light traffic morning. I'm looking at UDOT's website, and I'll refresh it again just in case. Crash eastbound SR 201 at 6800 West off to the right shoulder. And we have, that's the only one UDOT's telling me about. Are you telling me about any at our text line, 33986? I don't see anything there either, but if you would like to share something and you put it there and it's safe for you to put it there, I will read it.
All right.
Put her there.
Thank you very much. All right, we will take a break. Bill Frost is next, telling us what's on TV this week. And round 2 of your boners and news coming up. Stand by. Quick Quack Car Wash. The website is don'tdrivedirty.com.
Yeah, listen, go to their website, Quick Quack Car Wash. You'll find a location.
It's don'tdrivedirty.com.
Yeah, isn't that what he said?
Yeah,
I said that. Yeah.
Oh yeah, okay. So go to their website and you can check out the membership program. $19.99 per month, and that means you can take your car to any Quick Quack car wash and get it washed whenever you want. They have to be open. You can't go after hours and demand that they wash your car. And then the Family Flock program, you can add up to 4 additional cars for just $15 a car, and they can all get unlimited car washing.
It's green. It's fast. That's the quick part of Quick Quack Car Wash.
Mm-hmm.
I love when you're finished washing your car and you go to dry it off. They have these little tiny blow dryers that can clean off the water from your mirrors, your rearview mirrors and stuff. I love it.
And vacuums are always free. Go to don'tdrivedirty.com.
The new.
It's not a big deal, but I guarantee you, Gina, if today were the day you were going to court at 8:15, you would not have come to work.
It's true.
You wouldn't have come to work.
That's true.
What too?
I don't think you would have.
You would have said, I got court. And we'd say, when? And you'd go, I don't know. And that'd be it, you know.
I'm not sure.
You wouldn't come in.
Court sometime.
I got court sometime. I don't know.
On another topic, a totally different topic. Yesterday, we went to lunch at the Lone Star Steakhouse in Sugar House with the staff, and Gina was there with her baby, and I was the little Jonesy, who's almost a year old and just as cute as anything, and I was the only person at the table who made the baby cry.
Well, she's my daughter. She knows you make me cry
Everybody
day.
else is going doobie playing with the baby and
Again,
being cute
Gina,
with the baby.
that doesn't work because I didn't make her cry.
That's true.
And I've made you cry.
That's true.
On the radio.
I went and sat down by the baby to, just kind of bonding. Hi, it's your Uncle Bill. Cried.
Even Artie Fufkin didn't make her cry.
No, I thought for sure Artie was going to make her cry.
Hello, baby. Hello, baby. Hello, baby. Hello, baby.
He did that for like 10 minutes.
And kept waving his hand.
He said, "Don't eat trans fats or you'll end up looking like me."
Even Artie didn't make the baby cry.
Artie could have picked the baby up and placed the baby in his mouth, and the baby wouldn't have cried. You know, the whole head, and the baby wouldn't have cried.
I think it's your facial hair. Might make you look scary. I'm just guessing.
Was I the only one there with facial hair?
Mm-hmm.
Well, Heather. Just kidding, Heather.
She hasn't experienced a lot of facial hair. Maybe.
I don't know.
And then I brought her over to you later. Like, it's safe with Mommy holding you kind of thing. And I gave Bill a hug. See, he's nice.
She didn't cry then, but she was barely holding it.
She had the face.
Barely holding it together.
She had the
you could see
face.
she was just like any second she was just going to.
It was the face.
We were there for 2 hours, and she was good the whole time we were there. I didn't have to get up and walk around with her once.
Are you surprised?
No, but...
Are you bragging?
Yes.
Okay. So she's like that all the time. You're just bragging.
Yes.
Yeah. And she didn't do that once, does she usually? Well, no. Well, wow.
She ate all kinds of things for lunch I didn't eat. She had tomatoes. She ate the tomatoes off my salad and my onions.
Did not.
And then, she ate all my onions, and then I picked onions.
She really ate
onions?
onions?
Yeah. Loves onions. And I said, Carrie, you can eat that onion?
Here.
But she doesn't have teeth.
She was 4.
That onion even had blue cheese dressing on it,
Yeah.
Gina, which is something else that you wouldn't eat.
Well, now that says a lot to me, and because when I sat down by the baby, and maybe this is why she cried, I went, "Hi, honey. God, your breath stinks." That's why she cried. That's why she cried.
All right, 8:03. Before we talk to Bill Frost, do we have a giveaway? Is that what we're doing?
Yes. Enjoy exhibits and films at Clark Planetarium, now open 7 days a week from 10 a.m. to 5:30 p.m. Reserve your tickets at clarkplanetarium.org and enjoy an experience that will leave you in awe. Reservations are required. I have 2 pair of tickets to Clark Planetarium to give you. I'll give you a keyword, and you will text it to 33986 for your chance to win. The keyword is Clark. C-L-A-R-K, Clark. Text that to 33986.
All right. Bill Frost brought to you by
Moving and need a new connection? CableTV.com has expert reviews, recommendations, and resources for the best in cable, satellite streaming, and internet services. Visit CableTV.com today.
Oh, hang on. There we go.
Well. Here he is, Mr. Bill Frost. He writes a column for Slug magazine called Content Shifter. He is a podcast host doing the TV Tan podcast, which is about TV and getting a tan. Getting a tan from the TV, I would assume. And also he's a musician, great guitar player, and plays in a band called Magnaveda. Good morning, Bill Frost. BillFrost.tv is where you can find all of that stuff. And Mr. Frost, I remember last time you were on last week, we talked a little bit about Wynonna Earp.
Yes.
And my wife and I decided with our 16-year-old daughter, however old she is, I don't know, that we would sit down and try Wynonna Earp. We'd never seen it before. And so we start watching it, episode 1, season 1. Couldn't get through the episode. It was dreadful. Now, I know you said it gets better, but I can't wade through that. Oh.
It's probably not for you.
Well, I don't. Who is it for?
It's got a dedicated fan base.
Yes.
I find it pretty funny, actually.
Okay. All right.
It's a small but loyal following.
Right. I kind of liked the concept of it, but the performers were not very good. Anyway, let's go on and talk about what's on TV this week.
America's Most Wanted is back tonight on Fox.
Really?
Really?
Yeah, it ran for like 23 years on Fox, and then it was canceled. Then it moved to Lifetime, and then they canceled it, and now it's back. No more John Walsh. Elizabeth Vargas, journalist, is now the new host, and it's a new, very high tech version of it. And I would like to think there's going to be an episode about the Capitol rioters in here somewhere.
Yeah.
Round up
Well,
the
I mean,
rest of them.
those murder shows and everything like that, they're so popular these days that, of course, they're going to bring it
makes
back.
sense, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Speaking of crime and murder, tomorrow Mayans MC is back for its third season on FX. It's
You're
been
kidding.
off since 2019. This is the Sons of Anarchy spinoff, Latino biker drama.
Yeah.
And, if you like Sons of Anarchy, you probably know about this.
Yeah, I have. Sons of Anarchy. It was your fault, Mr. Frost, that I started watching that show, and it became kind of a guilty pleasure. And I watched every episode of it, and hated myself for doing it. and so I couldn't bear to go to Mayans MC. Although I like that. Is it that I don't know the actor's name, but I like him. The older guy. I don't
Edward
know
James Olmos?
No. He was like the head of the biker gang. I can't think of who it is.
Oh, on Sons of Anarchy.
Yeah. He was head of the Mayans.
Charlie Hunnam?
No. He's Hispanic.
Oh.
So, anyway.
I don't know.
Okay, Bill, this one is for you.
Okay.
I think this one is for you.
All right.
Apparently, I missed the first season of this. It's called Staged. It's a British import. It's on Hulu.
Yeah, I've heard about it.
It's a Zoom show, but David Tennant and Michael Sheen star as two actors whose West End play was put on hold due to COVID-19. But the director says, "Well, we're still going to rehearse," so they're begrudgingly rehearsing online on Zoom.
I saw a few of them, and it's really quite good because those two guys are great. They're just incredible. And Michael Sheen has this beard that just won't quit. It's just anyway.
Yeah, that's the kind of look he's currently using in Prodigal Son too. It's not much different.
Yeah.
And of course on Wednesday it's the docu film that we've all been waiting for, Operation Varsity Blues: The College Admissions Scandal on Netflix.
All right.
Yeah, this is from people behind the Fire Festival, one of the Fire Festival documentaries, and also Tiger King. And this is a weird combination. If you go to x96.com and look at the trailer, you'll kind of get the gist. It's kind of an odd combination of real interviews and actual footage, and then also a lot of reenactments, highly produced reenactments starring Matthew Modine as Rick Singer, the guy who sold all these admissions, over 700. It's like, you're a water polo player now. Don't even worry about it. You're in. And it looks really strange.
Okay.
Utah's own Matthew Modine.
Yeah.
Yes, there you go.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay.
There's
All
the
right.
connection. And of course, on Thursday on HBO Max, it's the Zack Snyder's Justice League on HBO Max.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm hearing good things. I'm not seeing it yet myself, but
Well,
even though it's 4 hours.
All of the proper influencers have been allowed to see it to let you know that it's okay.
It's like, don't worry about it. It's okay.
Yeah.
And
when I say the proper influencers, they're hand-picked, if you know what I mean.
Okay.
Ah.
Yeah.
You can trust them.
I wasn't handpicked. I haven't seen it.
I know. That's the thing.
And on Friday, here's another one: The Falcon and the Winter Soldier on Disney Plus.
Yay!
Now, have you seen any of it?
I have not seen this yet, no. But the Falcon, Anthony Mackie, and Bucky, the Winter Soldier Barnes, Sebastian Stan. It looks kind of like the buddy cop movie where they're reluctantly thrown together.
Mm-hmm.
So they fight a lot.
Just with
Yeah, they're we ain't partners and we ain't friends. And again, the proper hand-picked influencers have seen the first episode, and they're here to tell you it's okay.
But you're still excited about this, Carrie?
Oh, of course.
Okay.
That I'm excited about both of them. I want to see the Justice League thing, even though it's nearly 4 hours.
Yeah, this is an argument I've been making on the TV Chan podcast that if this were a if Justice League were a 4-part miniseries, people would be saying, "Oh, it's too short." But you say it's a movie, "Oh, that's too long."
It's too long.
So you can't win. And here's another murder drama, another international thriller murder drama. It's got stunning landscapes and melancholy music and a troubled female detective.
Oh,
everything you need. It's called The Gloaming on Stars. Gloaming is Scottish for twilight or dusk. And this is an Australian import, and it's a female detective investigating a series of murders about 20 years apart. So, and there's also a bit of a supernatural element to it. So it's got a little True Detective working in there. And so if you need another murder show in your life, there's one. Okay. And on HBO Max and HBO on Sunday, a docu-series on Q called Q, Into the Storm.
Now, where is that?
As on HBO and HBO Max.
And it's about QAnon?
Yes.
I'll watch that.
And, of course, also on Sunday on Fox, it is the 700th episode of The Simpsons.
Wow,
Jeez.
700.
I thought there were more.
More than 700? It just
feels
feels
like I
like
thought there were more.
It just feels like it, yeah.
It feels like there are more, yeah. In this episode, we'll learn another secret in Ned Flanders' past.
Oh, good.
And we'll see a room in the Simpsons home that has never been featured before.
The bathroom?
Maybe. Or,
No.
Yeah, I don't think
We've seen-
have we ever
we've
seen,
seen-
No, we've
We've
seen
seen the
We've seen
bathroom.
the bathroom,
We've seen
yeah.
the bathroom. Oh, I know
be a
what it
pantry.
is.
I don't know.
I know
The
what
wine
it is.
cellar.
No, it's Homer's torture chamber.
Yes. Finally.
Yeah.
I'll bet it's a podcast studio. Anyway.
That's what it has to be, yes.
Of course.
And, that's it for the new stuff this week.
Thank
Okay.
you, Bill Frost. Thank you very much.
We'll talk to you next week, Bill. Thank you.
Okay.
Traffic, Gina, please.
Yes, let's see. Hey, Gina, 215 going eastbound. Left lane is currently closed. You may want to mention that there's going to be some slowing. There, I mentioned it, but I couldn't have done that without your help. Texting it into us at 33986 if you see anything like that. Alert friend of the program did. And, yes, Carrie, can you help me out with the rest of that?
Yes, traffic. The spring thaw means there's great deals at Scott Hale. Give your furnace a tune-up for just $30. Call Scott Hale, 801-264-HALE.
All right, here we go. We'll have boner candidate number, we'll have boners round 2. Here are the candidates you'll consider. Number 1, it's the diabetes. Number 2, I don't have to show you a stinking license. And number 3, oh, not again, baby cakes.
All right, there you go. That's your round 2 candidates coming up after this, along with Big Boy News and Opinioendo. Stand by, X96.
How about 7 of the weirdest products people have been buying during the pandemic? How about that?
You didn't warn me there was a list.
Red in German is Rot.
Yeah.
Oh, so it's not Luft.
99.
No, I think Luft is, airborne.
Is fly, right?
Yeah, fly or airborne.
Okay, all right. What about List? Is there a
In
German,
German?
for list? The Listwaffe?
It's Radio from Hell with another list, because people love a good list. X96.
And I'm wondering if, Gina, you maybe have bought all of these or none of these things.
Okay. Oh, by the way, list in German is die List.
Der List. Der List. And I just happened to see this instant. It's nothing 7 weirdest products people have been buying during the pandemic.
Okay.
Number 1, roller skates. Have you bought any roller skates?
I have not purchased roller skates.
But you can kind of probably guess why.
It's outside, something to do outside, yeah.
Yeah, people want activity, they want to do something, and they want to do it outdoors. Number 2, you've already got one of these, Gina, so you don't. RVs, recreational vehicles.
We have had a trailer for 13 years.
Terry, are you going to get are you going to go out and get an RV?
Maybe if I live long enough to retire. I may be living in one. Who knows?
Guns. People are buying guns.
Yes, Joe bought a gun.
Another one?
We have a couple.
Oh yeah, I thought he already was going to say. I thought he already
we have
had
a couple.
one.
I've been. No, I haven't. Yeast.
Yes.
People
She was on the
yeast.
hunt for yeast, wasn't she, Carrie?
Yes, for a while, but now we're able to find yeast. It was just in the early days when the COVID scramble, as I call it. Everybody was hoarding stuff, and but now we realize that the supply chains are fine, and we don't need to hoard all that stuff. Although they were out of Adam's peanut butter at the Harmons yesterday.
What?
Apparently, I know, right?
And I'm on so I buy the great big jar, of course, at Costco, the big jars of Adam's peanut butter, and I'm almost out. Bidets.
Mm-hmm. You bought one?
Well, that was pre-COVID, but we did.
Well,
Yeah.
Bill got one, too.
Yeah, I just got one recently. It's in the hall. Currently, it's in the hall. Which,
You're pooping in the hall?
Yeah, and it's really, I found it to be kind of messy, really.
I want to look into that.
It doesn't smell all that great either. We've had to just run a hose in there, and it's just not. Sweatpants.
Yes.
Yeah.
You've bought sweatpants?
Yes. Yes.
You didn't, but you've owned sweatpants before.
But I
that.
needed new sweat.
Why did you need new sweatpants? Were the
Because
old ones too small?
They're the only pants I'm wearing these days, so
And
I needed some more.
Scented candles.
No scented candles.
Which I would
Really?
I would, yeah. If after months of stay-at-home orders, your home is starting to smell extra lived in,
Yeah.
you're
Well,
not the
try
only one.
cleaning it.
Or opening a window.
cover it
open
up with-
Open a damn window or two. You don't. It's not like the coronavirus is just hovering in clouds outside of your house, just waiting to blow in. You can open the windows. It's good for you to have fresh air. But candle sales have shot up during the pandemic. So those are 7 weird. They're not all that weird. I don't know. Why would they say weirdest products?
Yeah, it's
that
not
people
weird.
have been buying up.
Yeah.
We hope you'd enjoyed another list with Radio from Hell on X96.
Okay, let's see. It's 8:20 right now, and it is time for round 2 of your boner voting. Here we go. 3 news stories. These are examples of bad, stupid, or funny human behavior, and you will decide with your votes of these 3 candidates which one is the worst, which one deserves to go forward to boner fight and possibly become boner of the day. Winning here does not make it boner of the day. Winning here sends it forward to boner fight. It'll go up against the winner of round 1's voting. So you got to get on the website and take a look at who won round 1. And that way, when you pick the winner from here, round 2, you can choose strategically so that we get a good boner fight. 9:20 this morning is when you'll decide boner of the day. So go ahead, choose strategically here for round 2. Here we go. 2 candidates now, a third after the news. Once you've heard all 3, then you will vote, and one of you lucky random boner voters will receive.
I can't buy it, gotta win it. It's not the t-shirt this time, it's the tote bag, and you can pick it up. We have office hours from 9 to noon at 50 West Broadway.
Here's boner candidate number 1. It was the diabetes. The Oklahoma high school basketball announcer. Didn't know his microphone was on, apparently. Hot mic, he thought it was off.
Mm-hmm.
Using the N-word. On Friday afternoon, the announcer was busted. The players before the game went out and knelt during the national anthem, took a knee during the national anthem before a game. And the hot mic caught him saying, "Those effing N-words." He's now come forward and said, "I'm not a racist. I don't usually talk like that. It was caused because I have diabetes."
Well, I just have a quick question for him then. Now that you've had your Snickers bar, how do you feel about the kids kneeling? Also, the kids that kneel, they won the game. That's something that...
Matt Rowan was his name. He used a press release. He blamed his diabetes for making him disoriented, which led him to hurl racist slurs at the police. Sure.
Yeah.
Was the diabetes.
Yeah, just like Roseanne with her pills that she took made her racist, you know.
Boner candidate number 1. It's the diabetes. Boner candidate number 2. I don't have to show you stinking license. A Florida woman has been arrested for posing as a licensed plastic surgeon after she botched a man's nose job. This woman, Ms. Rodriguez, was in the middle of performing another procedure on Thursday when Doral police officers nabbed her mid-surgery, the Miami Herald reports. Investigators began probing Ms. Jimenez de Rodriguez last month after a former patient, contacted them about his messed up nose job. The man said he'd paid $2,800 for the surgery, which had to be repeated because his nose was not healing properly. Even after the second operation, the man said his nose was still deformed. He asked the so-called plastic surgeon, Jimenez de Rodriguez, for her medical license number and her medical license malpractice information. She refused to give it. She said, "I don't have to show you a license." Investigators said that they were able to confirm with the Florida Health Department that this woman, Ms. Jimenez de Rodriguez, was not licensed to practice medicine in the state of Florida and had had no real training as a plastic surgeon at all.
What a surprise.
Boner candidate number 2. I don't have to show you stinking license. Coming up in a moment, boner candidate number 3. Oh, not again, baby cakes.
All right, boner candidate number 3 for round 2. Coming up after this, Big Boy News and Opinioendo, brought to you by...
Enjoy exhibits and films at Clark Planetarium, now open 7 days a week from 10 a.m. to 5:30 p.m. Reserve your tickets at clarkplanetarium.org and enjoy an experience that will leave you in awe. Reservations are required.
Well, as we mentioned, there was a Grammy Awards ceremony last night. Did you watch it, Gina?
I did not.
Remember, we were talking earlier about someone sneaking up on Gina, and I think they have because we
Yeah, they
can't
must
see
have.
her. We can't see her on camera.
I'm having issues, but I'm here.
Okay, all right.
Beyonce broke a record. Megan Thee Stallion and HER won awards. Taylor Swift's Folklore named Album of the Year, and Billie Eilish's Everything I Wanted was Record of the Year. The 63rd Annual Grammy Awards. I didn't watch because, The Weeknd boycotted it. The Weeknd said, I'm not going to have anything to do with the Grammys this year, and I'm on Team Weeknd. But there apparently was a pretty good show. People seem to enjoy it if you like that sort of thing. The producers of the show had promised a night of respect and togetherness with a novel outdoor setting in downtown Los Angeles in which musicians faced each other while performing and then gathered masked and socially distanced to politely applaud each other and each other's acceptance speeches. Nothing strange. There was I watched the little dance routine with Megan Thee Stallion. Mm-hmm. And who was she dancing with there? I forget. It was pretty. They said it was racy.
Cardi B?
I think, yeah, Cardi B. And it was, in fact, pretty racy. Mm-hmm. And Billie Eilish was sweet. She swept the awards last year, of course, took Record of the Year. This year she got Song of the Year. But she said, I don't really deserve it. I think, Megan Thee Stallion, you deserve this. I want to give you my award. She said, no, that's not necessary. It's not necessary. And, of course, Taylor Swift winning everything again. So, The Talk, that chat show, they're going on hiatus.
Oh, because of Sharon Osbourne?
Yes.
Oh.
Canceling live shows for Monday and Tuesday. This comes after CBS announced that it would be launching a probe into an episode earlier this week that saw Sharon Osbourne get into a heated exchange with co-host Cheryl Underwood, whoever that is, defending Piers Morgan's comments about Meghan Markle. The plan is currently to return to filming on Wednesday, a source says, but the show will evaluate and see what they're doing, see where they are, it says here, before moving forward. CBS declined any comment and promise to make a full investigation. We are committed to diverse, inclusive, and respectful workplace. All matters related to the Wednesday episode of The Talk are currently under internal review. This only for you, Gina.
Yes?
I'm just going to read this headline. Jane Seymour, age
Thank
70, looks ageless in a black swimsuit.
Of course she does,
And then
because
it
she's
says-
stuck somewhere in time.
And then it says, the veteran sex symbol.
Veteran sex.
She's a veteran sex symbol. Shows off her sensational figure in a black swimsuit on a beach in Hawaii. This is her job. People like her and her. This is their job, to look sensational on beaches in Hawaii.
She gets paid big money for that.
Because she's a veteran sex symbol. Tragedy, one of a kind. It will be missed. Salt Lake City's Blue Plate Diner says that they are closing down. Last day of business at their all-day breakfast spot will be May 4. Here's some newspaper writing. The Eclectic Eatery.
You hate that. You hate that, don't you?
That's the only time you ever hear a restaurant referred to as an eatery, is in a newspaper. They will close to make way for a new development on the northeast corner of 2100 South and 2nd East, or 20th East. That will include a multi-story housing unit and a street-level thing for shops. And so, again, we're just sort of making Salt Lake look like every part of Salt Lake looking alike now. Because I bet you can picture the apartment building in your head, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So customers have about 7 weeks to enjoy, and this is the thing that I always order at Blue Plate Diner: corned beef hash and fried eggs and toast.
They've always been great friends of the program
Yeah.
there.
Yes.
Eggs Benedict or Chili Verde burrito. There you go. That is so sad. I haven't been there for a long time, but I haven't been anywhere for a long time.
Exactly.
A moose was wandering around Centerville the other day. Yeah,
Don't give him a
downtown.
muffin.
Downtown Centerville. Police and wildlife officers rounded up the moose, and they had to tranquilize it, and they've moved it to better habitat. Centerville Police and other nearby agencies were called in to help the Utah Division of Wildlife Resources corral the moose. It was tranquilized, put in a trailer, and it says here returned to the wild. It's like, it's like when your cat or your dog they took it to the farm, right? Let's see. Republicans here in Utah are still pushing false claims, not here in Utah, but specifically, but everywhere, pushing false claims, fraud claims to restrict voting with Trump's long march to discredit the election results, a campaign joined by scores of Republican elected officials, culminating in culminating in the violence at the Capitol. Voting rights advocates believe that they have their best opportunity in memory to get public support for fortifying the right to vote. The country has now, I think, seen the logical endpoint of this suppression strategy. This insurrection might have unmasked the strategy for what it really is, what is an anti-democratic effort to use lies to thwart our democratic system. So what they're talking about is voter restriction.
Yeah, voter suppression, voter
making
restriction.
it more difficult for people to vote.
If the Republicans were confident in more people voting equals more votes for them, then they would support it. But they know that most people vote Democrat. They just do, and so they are trying to cheat.
If they had the good ideas, they wouldn't have to suppress votes. If they were, doing the right thing, they wouldn't have to suppress votes. No, they're too busy talking about Dr. Seuss. They don't have policy.
Utah, some advocates here in Utah are warning that the new state tax cuts that are, the bill has not been signed yet by the government, but new state tax cuts could put at risk millions of dollars in federal coronavirus aid. They're urging Governor Cox to veto the only tax relief proposal that he hasn't yet signed. Voices for Utah Children lobbied against the $100 million tax cut package that the legislature approved during its recent session. The nonprofit group argues that the state needs the money for other problems, such as full-day kindergarten and mental health and substance abuse treatment. Because of a provision in the $1.9 trillion coronavirus relief fund or bill signed into law this week, the nonprofit leaders say Utah's tax cuts will be even more costly than they initially thought, because we learned this week that their price has doubled. So we may not get if you cut taxes, then the federal government may say, well, apparently you don't need this money. If you're cutting taxes, you must not need the money. So we'll not give you as much or any of it. And finally, this Twizzlers. I like a Twizzler.
I do too.
I know some people are Red Vines, but
I'm Camp Twizzler.
I'm kind of a Twizzler guy.
I'm on record. Red Vines are waxy and hard. I don't like.
We love the original strawberry flavored Twizzlers, but recently they've done orange cream pop filled Twizzlers. Strawberry smoothie filled Twizzlers, which I have not seen, and now they're going to release Twizzlers mystery flavor. I don't think I want to eat anything that has the word mystery flavor
mystery
in it.
Flavor.
Didn't you buy some other licorice that had mystery flavored licorice? I feel like we just
bought
just
something.
did this.
Candy cane. Yeah, your candy
cane.
cane.
Oh, candy cane. That's what
was
it was.
mystery flavor.
Yeah. And I don't like to eat anything that has the word mystery in it or surprise. There's something surprise. This surprise. I'm not going to eat anything that has the word surprise in it. All right, that's it.
Okay. Sports, weather, traffic, Gina.
Well, speaking of snack foods, and sports, and disappointment. I am disappointed in Oreos.
Why?
So, the National Basketball Association has announced it's partnered with Oreo for new limited edition NBA Dynasty Oreos. The new cookies will be embossed with 6 NBA team logos and are to hit store shelves nationwide later this month. The NBA Dynasty Oreos include the Boston Celtics, Chicago Bulls, Golden State Warriors, Los Angeles Lakers, Miami Heat, and San Antonio Spurs, which are, quote, some of the greatest dynasties in NBA history.
Yeah.
Utah Jazz have the best record in the league
But that's
now.
that's not a dynasty. That's that's a good season.
John Stockton, Karl Malone.
All of those other
Isn't
teams
that-
never won a championship, did they? All of those other teams have won multiple championships.
Why do you have to bring that? Why?
It's just what
I would
what
like
makes a
some Jazz
dynasty.
Oreos, okay? I would like that.
Carve your own.
Jazz next game against the team that has an Oreo, the Celtics. That will be tomorrow at 5:30 p.m. Weather today, partly sunny and pretty warm. 60 for a high today. A little breezy though. Winds could get up to 15 miles an hour. Chance of rain overnight tonight, not great, 30%, and it will cool off to 54 tomorrow. And then through the rest of the week, we gradually warm up to where we get to the weekend. We could be in the mid to upper 60s by Friday, it looks like. Traffic, we have a crash northbound I-15, milepost 276, that's 5th East in American Fork, off to the right shoulder there. And that's all UDOT is telling me. Are you telling me anything via our text line? No, but if you do see something and you'd like to pass it along to friends of the program and you are safe to do so, you can text that to us. 33986, injured in an accident. Everyone deserves an advocate. Call 801-355-5550 or go to utahadvocates.com.
All right.
Here's boner candidate number 3. Oh, not again, baby cakes. A Florida man is accused of sitting naked in a chair outside of his apartment complex. Irving Edward Howard of Fort Myers, who is also known as Baby Cakes, was arrested by Fort Myers police on Thursday, but this is not the first time. No, that Mr. Howard, or Baby Cakes, has been arrested. According to a 2019 investigation, taxpayers have spent over $300,000 for Baby Cakes to spend more than 6,000 nights in jail over the course of the last few years. Baby Cakes was arrested for showing up naked at an area hospital in 2019. From April 2019 through August 2019, Baby Cakes spent 134 nights in jail. Baby Cakes has been arrested 12 times since August of 2019, including 2 times for indecent exposure and 3 times for trespassing. Baby Cakes' record of arrest in Lee County stretches back to 1988. Boner candidate number 3. Oh, Baby Cakes, not again.
All right, let's review the first 2 and vote.
Boner candidate number 1, it's the diabetes. A basketball announcer who used a foul racial slur before a high school basketball game says that his diabetic sugar spike is to blame for making him disoriented. Boner candidate number 2, I don't have to show you a stinking license. Florida woman posing as a plastic surgeon arrested after a botched nose job. And number 3, oh, Baby Cakes, not again.
Okay, here we go. This is round 2 of your boners. You've got to decide of these 3 candidates which one is the worst, which one deserves to go forward to Boner Fight and possibly become Boner of the Day. Winning here secures it a spot in Boner Dome. It's not Boner of the Day yet. It'll have to defeat the winner of round 1's voting. We did that an hour ago. So choose round 2's candidate to send forward strategically. All right. Boner Fight happens at 9:20. That's when you'll decide Boner of the Day. So pick your champion now for round 2. Send it forward. 1, 2, or 3. Remember your candidate number. That single digit is all we need in the message of a text. Anything else will screw up the computer and it won't count your vote. So just put the single digit in there. Text it to 33986. All right? Easy. Or you can call 877-602-9696. No mistakes made there via voice. Or go online, x96.com. Look for the box that says Boner Voting March 15, 2021, and vote there. You have only until the end of these messages to do so. This is round 2. Let's go.
So my daughter yesterday came downstairs and she said, I took a personality test and I am the rarest personality type in the world.
Which is what?
Well, there's this test called the Myers-Briggs test.
I'm taking this test right now. You
Yeah,
send it to us.
I'm doing it now,
I'm
too.
trying to take it while you're talking, so go ahead.
And I think one of her classes at school, this was an exercise they were doing like in health class or something, but she was quite proud of the fact that she was the rarest personality type in the world, which is there's a bunch of different kinds. There's the architect, the logician, the commander, the debater, the advocate, the mediator, the protagonist, the campaigner, the defender, the executive, the counsel. There's a bunch of them.
Says 16. Isn't that what it means? 16
yeah.
personalities?
And she was an advocate, which is someone that's, they say like Nelson Mandela is an advocate, and Mother Teresa is an advocate, and that sort of. So she was very excited, and she said to my husband, she said, Dad, I want you to take this test because we are so similar. I bet you're the same.
I thought she was going to say, I want to move to South Africa.
I bet you're the. Now these tests, who knows how accurate they are. However, I look at how it describes her, and my husband was like, I don't think we're going to be the same. He took the test. He's the same. He is the same as her, and I took the test, and I am not the same as them. They are advocates.
Did it indicate that you had a personality?
Yes.
Oh, okay, good.
I'm a mediator. I am.
No kidding.
No, but so if you say these tests are bunk,
I don't think they're
bunk. That doesn't surprise you when you hear that that's what mine is, right?
No, I think that they're, that they can be one gauge, one way of looking at a person and trying to figure out what they're like.
Yeah,
it's not everything, but
I found it very very interesting. But it says mediators you may know, people that share my personality type. William Shakespeare.
Well, your personality type?
Mine.
Yours, okay.
Alicia Keys, Bjork.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Bjork.
Tom Hiddleston. I don't know why.
Tom Hiddleston is there?
I don't know why.
Okay.
But the last one they say, the mediators you may know, famous people that share your personality type. Julia Roberts.
Julia Roberts.
So this is why I want you guys to take the test.
I wish you would sent this early enough. We could.
Yeah, this is taking a while.
I'm trying to get through it here, and I can't. I'm not going to be able to get through it
I think there's like 30 questions. Maybe you guys can take it, and we've got time before the end of the show. We can revisit it.
Okay, I'm going to stop taking it right now because I can't focus on. Can you focus on two things at once?
Is that a
question? Yeah.
Yeah.
I disagree.
You have got detailed education or career development plans stretching several years into the future. Well, hell no. You rarely dwell on your regrets. No, I dwell on my regrets constantly, so that would be disagree? All right, okay.
You become bored or lose interest when the discussion gets highly... what are we talking about?
Yeah.
Okay, well, you guys keep taking this during the commercials. And then maybe we have some space later in the show, I think, where we can get your results. And if people want, I'll tweet out this test if you want to take the test too. I found it to be very accurate in
You
my
usually postpone finalizing decisions for as long as possible. Well, let's not do this. Let's not.
Let's not do this
Let's
now.
not do this now. Let's do it sometime later. Okay.
All right. Well, okay.
Does that sound like a plan?
All right. We'll take it off.
I'm
the air.
mediating this. I'm helping us through this.
We'll see. All right. Let's see, it's 8:47 right now, and time to award round 2 of your boners.
And round 2 of the boner voting is brought to you in part by a barbecue pork sandwich.
And the key to good sex is good communication. Unlock your best pleasure at Black Velvet Boutique, Utah's locally owned by women sexual wellness resource, open 7 days a week, 595 South State in Clearfield, and online at blackvelvetboutique.com.
Okay, boner candidate number 1, you heard it. It's the diabetes. The sports announcer, high school sports announcer, thought his microphone was off. Referred to the young black athletes kneeling during the national anthem as those effing N-words. He later came forward to apologize, saying, I was disoriented. There was a sugar spike because I have diabetes.
No, I don't care how
Sorry.
disoriented I am. Those words would never come out of my mouth.
As a matter of fact, Gina is always disoriented,
Yes.
and you never hear her say that.
No.
I just want to ask him, now that you've straightened out your sugar situation, how do you feel about those kids kneeling?
Yeah.
Tell me.
Number 2 was, I don't have to show you no stinking license. The unlicensed woman practicing plastic surgery and botching a man's nose job. And boner candidate number 3, oh, not again, Baby Cakes. A Florida man nicknamed Baby Cakes caught naked again, this time in a chair outside of his apartment building. Randy won a Radio from Hell tote, and the winner was boner candidate number 1. It's the diabetes.
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 All right, there it is, your winner for round 2. It goes forward to Boner Fight. Might be Boner of the Day. It's going to be a pretty good boner fight coming up at 9:20. That's when you'll decide between the winner of round 1 and our winner here from round 2, which one will be Boner of the Day for today. All right, let's begin. Brand new GeekShowPodcast.com available now. Name of the episode is Streaming Daddy, a Murder Podcast. It was going to be called Ghost Wipes, but then I'd have to explain what that is. All right. So you heard Bill Frost talking earlier about I'm calling it Zack Snyder's Justice League. I won't call it the Snyder Cut. I know that's the easiest way to put it, just because it makes internet trolls happy when I do that. So Zack Snyder's Justice League, and I said, and I caught a little flack for it, I said all of the right influencers have been able to watch it, and they're here to tell you it's great.
Okay.
It's true. That's how they do these things. They did the same thing with Falcon and the Winter Soldier. All of the right influencers are there to tell you it's great. The movie companies do pick people. But there are a couple of people who saw it whose opinions I know are objective, and I trust them. There's one guy, Jermaine Lucier is his name. He said Zack Snyder's Justice League I enjoyed it thoroughly. It's both very different and eerily similar to the original film, with almost all of the changes and additions improving the characters and story. Better motivations, bigger stakes. It's bloated, but superior and worth the wait. Also, Mike Ryan is another guy that I appreciate his opinions. Zack Snyder's Justice League, vastly superior to the mess that came out in 2017. It's now a coherent movie. It's still a 4-hour movie about finding magic boxes. It's not for me, but I suspect Snyder fans will be happy. So there you go. That's on Thursday on HBO Max. Carve out 4 hours of your day and sit down and watch. I won't. Not the whole. No. Although I do have to watch it before Saturday though, because that's when we record Geek Show. Speaking of Justice League, it was kind of interesting that some HBO Max subscribers last week who attempted to play Tom and Jerry, which, by the way, I tried.
You tried to watch Tom and Jerry?
I tried to watch Tom and Jerry.
What do you mean try?
I thought I'd give it a chance.
Yeah.
I thought I'd give it a try. Couldn't do it.
Now, does that mean you couldn't get through it, or it was not available?
It was available.
You just couldn't stand watching it?
I watched a half hour and I went,
my time is worth more than this.
Well, it just they were spending all of this time setting up the fact that this is a fancy hotel filled with snobs.
Okay.
And that's why it's going to get outrageous. Trust us. It's coming. Have you noticed that these people are rich and snobby? I just didn't care. Get to the cat and mouse fighting each other. That's what I want to see. But anyway, last week some HBO Max subscribers clicked on Tom and Jerry and they were able to watch the first hour of Zack Snyder's Justice League until HBO Max went, oops. I don't think it was an accident myself. That's just me. I have no proof. It's just my gut telling me I don't think.
Conspiracy theorist is what you are.
When it comes to geek stuff, I am, yeah. Okay, here's a question for both of you. We all have multiple streaming services, right, that we subscribe to.
Yeah.
And do you share with people who do not live in your house your passwords? Like, for example...
that's stealing.
For example, Uncle Kerry pays for Disney Plus, and Uncle Kerry makes his password and login available to my nieces and my godchildren. Both
I think that's so reasonable.
Yeah, they do not live in my house.
Stealing.
So...
it's household. And I think it clearly says it's household.
It's supposed to, yes, but, I mean, we all do it. So Netflix is testing a feature meant to curb password sharing between users who are not members of the same household. An image of an email message prompting its user to sign up for your own Netflix for free today was shared, reported by multiple outlets that confirmed the test. The Netflix prompt shared, the service states that if you do not live with the owners of this account, you need your own account to keep watching.
But how do they know, really? Because
they can trace your IP address.
No, but see, we don't have Disney Plus, but my daughter has had a friend over who has Disney Plus, and then they log on to my daughter's device with the friend. It's the friend's account. Well, how do they can't tell?
In the case of Disney Plus, they would catch me because the IP addresses are in different states. So they would catch me there. But the service seems to be baiting these users to subscribe with the offer of the 30-day free trial of the service. Netflix formally nixed the free trial after last year. It does offer free upgrades. But this is a little thing that they're doing. And we did the math and we figured it out. It's hard to enforce this kind of thing, but if enough people get scared into going, oh, I guess I better stop, you know, that's, if you count the number of subscribers that Netflix has, and even if it's just a portion of that, that's still a lot of dough in Netflix's pocket for scaring you into that. So something to keep in mind if you're farting around on the Netflix. And, of course, we got The Winter Soldier. We got Falcon and the Winter Soldier coming up on Friday. which is a series. It's like WandaVision. It'll be once a week. And so Kevin Feige, the head of Marvel Studios, talked about the TV shows that are coming up. He said on March 19th, we got Falcon and the Winter Soldier debuting. June 11th, we'll debut the Loki TV series. Soon after that, we have our first animated series, which is called What If? And we're just finishing up the Ms. Marvel TV series. We're shooting Hawkeye concurrently as well.
Wow.
In a few weeks, we start shooting She-Hulk, the series. And then after that, we start the Moon Knight series. So plenty of Marvel TV for you on the Disney Plus.
Can there ever be too much?
Not for me.
Yeah, I'm serious.
I'll give you a serious answer. Are there too many lawyer shows? Are there too many detective shows?
Yes.
Are there too many doctor shows?
Yeah.
People are still watching them.
Mm-hmm.
That's my answer. Also, no, there probably won't be season 2 of WandaVision. Not because it's not successful, but because Kevin Feige says we're done with that story. We're moving on. Mm-hmm. Maybe season 2 of Falcon and the Winter Soldier. Depends on how popular it is and if we have a story to tell. That's how he does it. He says our TV division doesn't work like a TV division. It's like we're making long movies. And if the long movie works, then we'll make another long movie. So there you go.
Makes sense.
I think so. Okay. There you go. Traffic, Gina, please.
Friend of the program says abandoned vehicle northbound Bangor on the right-hand lane. I don't have a cross street, though. But thank you for you. That's a good first start at sending us some traffic information. Crash northbound I-15 146 South on-ramp. It is off to the right shoulder. And a crash northbound I-15 milepost 276, that's 5th East in American Fork. But had a pretty decent commute this morning because those are the only things I am seeing. And if you see something and you can give us cross streets, text it to us, 33986.
All right. We will take a break. We will be back with boner fights. And we also have a reasonable amount of news on the way. Stand by. KXRK Provo.
The definite.
We're having second thoughts because people will assume that's why we named him Donovan, and that's not the case.
And they picked it long before.
Yeah. Just parenthetically, there's a news story today that says 109 parents have apparently in 2018 named their baby Tesla. But I got an email from our former organized intern, Sarah Spain, about baby names.
Okay.
Said, I enjoyed listening to that letter from the woman who would like to name her child Donovan. I had a similar situation about 10 years ago. Despite the fact that my husband has repeatedly begged me to stop comparing our dog to other people's children, he's not here right now, so I'm going to do it. So they don't have kids, but we adopted a 2-year-old JRT.
Jack Russell Terrier.
Oh, yeah. Very good. Thanks, Carrie.
Carrie speaks dog.
From the Humane Society in 2010. And her name was listed as Belle. Now, I feel strongly that dogs should have 2-syllable names.
You should feel strongly about that.
Nicknames and full titles notwithstanding, and so I changed it to Bella, trying to keep it as close to her original name as possible. A friend told me several years later that dogs are named like hurricanes as they come to the shelter. They just give them a name.
Yeah.
You can change it to whatever you want. They just give them a name because they want to call them something, but it's not that they respond to it necessarily or anything. So if you recall, in 2010, Twilight, the sparkly teenage vampires, was very popular, and every person asked me if I had named my precious fur baby after that awful character from those books. I would posit that it's an actual insult that someone would think I would stain a creature with the name from the book series than someone thinking that you would name a child after, as Gina pointed out, a wonderful, generous human being and basketball player.
Yes.
However, years have passed and not one person asked me if I named her after Twilight anymore. The question I get asked more often now is whether she is male or female, and my favorite response to kids especially is that her reproductive organs were removed, and I've never been able to ask her how she identifies, so I'll just call her Bella and don't worry so much about the label. Like that. As Bill mentioned in the time young Donovan is in school, not Donovan Mitchell, but the kid, Spida Mitchell will probably have retired. Regardless, Donovan is a lovely name. It isn't like Avery, Office Products, or Stockton. Malone has a middle name, sure, but as a first name. Some people shouldn't be, Malone as a middle name, sure, but as a first name. Some people shouldn't be allowed to procreate. Or Zebulon or Elzard, hand to Thor. I absolutely attended school with both of those.
Really?
Wow.
Yeah, Elzar and Zebulon. Or many of the other asinine names that people come up with to make their kids different. All it does is make each school year difficult as the teacher and new friends try to figure out how to say and or spell the name. So you shouldn't care what other people think. If 5 people think you named him after a great person and a basketball player, so what? At least it isn't someone who is a real turd. My name is Sarah every day. And every day I want to smack Sarah Huckabee Sanders for smearing our good name.
That's right.
You'd be hard-pressed to find a name for a child that doesn't carry with it someone who had it before. Good luck. Hope you get lots of sleep before August. I don't know why before August. What?
Don't know.
I don't know.
Is something happening in August?
Do we not know?
I don't know.
Does she know something we don't?
Maybe.
Oh, no. She's talking about the people whose baby's going to be born in August.
She's not talking to us.
No.
She's talking to them.
Yeah.
Okay, good.
Confusing.
She says, adopt, don't shop. Love the show. Gina, you don't ruin anything. Love your former intern, Sarah.
You know, I was at that graduation this weekend, so you spend 3 hours listening to names being read.
Mm-hmm.
There were 2 princesses.
The name.
The name Princess. And one of them, middle name...
What?
Leia.
Really?
Princess Leia.
I thought they didn't
Anderson.
say they didn't say the middle name.
No, I said some of them do.
They
but
know
some
that
of
she's a general. General Leia.
Well, it's
Sanderson.
Not a princess anymore.
But there was an actual Princess Leia.
Wow.
And a lot of Emilys.
Emily's.
A lot of Emilys.
You've gotten a lot of crap over the years for naming your kid Festus.
I have.
Yeah.
He was the only one in his class.
Festus, it's a biblical name.
And people spell it wrong all the time. They spell it with an IS. No. On his birth certificate, it's US.
Festus. It's a biblical king. Look it up. King Festus. It's true.
But yeah, if you want to run your baby names by us, email them to us, radiofromhell@x96.com.
Yeah, if you have any doubts about baby names or you're having a hard time coming up with one, my go-to name is Shlomo. But
there's a chat room. I know a guy named Zoltan Kolazar.
Oh, poor guy.
Well, he's Hungarian. I don't know.
I think that's Zoltan is a name that they give kids in Hungary.
A friend named Rachel was an elementary school teacher. One year, her bad student was also named Rachel. She spent every day yelling at herself.
Rachel!
Yeah, don't ever talk to teachers about what your baby name is, because inevitably they've had someone in their class that was the terrible kid, has the. So don't run it by teachers. You'll never be able to pick a name because they all have. Oh no, that's.
I had a bad Thane once.
A bad Thane?
Thane.
Thane.
He was a bad kid.
Thane.
I pulled Thane out because someone in the chat room says, "I love my son's name, Thane."
Thane.
Oh, is Thane a Utah thing? No. Are there Thanes everywhere?
Are there Thanes?
Yeah, I think so. It's not common, but it is.
I feel like it's a Utah name.
No, it isn't.
And I don't know why, and don't take this personally if your name is. I've never cared for the name Nathan.
How do you feel about Nate?
Nate's all right.
For
some reason, Nathan. I've just never cared for that name.
I saw our friend Nathan from the mattress firm. He now works at R.C. Willey. See, Nathan, he's a nice guy.
He's a good dude. Yeah, I've never cared for the name. Like I said, don't take it personally. It's something wrong in my brain. All right?
I'm looking up Thane, Gina, just to see. But
how popular
is I don't know how popular it is.
Well, if it's very popular, then it must be everywhere.
Well, no, I don't know that.
I know a dude named Christian Shank. The hell? The last name Shank. There's just no right name, I think. was on this day?
In 1972, Mark Hoppus, American musician, record producer, host, bassist, and singer with Blink-182, was born.
I remember shows.
Do you remember Girls at Rock shows?
Well, they were there too, yeah.
Yeah, there were girls there usually. Most of the time.
Most of the time.
It's my kids asked me, because remember last summer we were supposed to go to that big Green Day, Weezer,
Oh, yeah.
Fall Out Boy, huge stadium tour.
Mhm.
We bought
Yeah.
tickets. We were going to Seattle.
Mhm.
And my kids over this weekend were just thinking about that because things are starting to feel a little more normal.
And so-
There's something in the air. And so they were like...
Did we
"So
get a
do-
refund on those tickets, Mom?
They said, do you think that will happen? And I said, I don't think it'll happen this year with that concert specifically. I know there's other bands that are trying to work on things, but I bet next year that concert happens and we'll go next year.
Did you get a refund on the tickets?
I did. They held out for a long time. That was one of those concerts where they kept going, well, we're not saying it's canceled, we're just rescheduling it, so then they don't have to give back your money. But at some point it was pretty clear that it was not going to happen. And I had 3 or 4 concerts that I had to wait for refunds on, but I did get refunded on all of them.
And did you put that money into a concert fund?
I should have.
Yeah, see? And it would have grown in interest. No.
Well, Sue and I were talking about the money that we have not been spending. Since we're coming up on a year, and we stopped doing all kinds of things.
Like travel, all your
Yeah.
travel money is...
We took a look at that, and we were like, okay, all the travel, little things like, going to the barber and,
Yeah.
all of that, we started adding it up, and we're like, wow, we didn't spend a lot of money.
I haven't had a haircut in a year.
Me neither, yeah.
And that's as long as it gets. It doesn't. It just sort of stops growing at this point. But.
I finally started to go back to get a haircut and color.
Any money that I've saved on little things, though, of course, just funneled it into alcohol.
Well, because that's the difference. So we've been trying to get takeout from our favorite restaurants because we want to support them and keep them going. But obviously we're not getting, usually if we go out to dinner, we have, some wine or cocktail or something with it. And so that's money we're not spending at the restaurant. But that's money that they are missing out on, too. That it would be nice if they had passed that bill that said you could get a cocktail to go from a restaurant, because I would have done. But we save money doing that.
No, you can't have a cocktail to go. We need to make it so that everyone can carry a gun under their coat.
Yeah.
That was the important thing. We've got that to do.
That's the trade-off, though, Carrie. If everybody's going to be carrying guns under their coats, we don't want them drunk.
But I miss we mix a cocktail at home. But there's nothing like having a really good bartender that really knows, when they take like 10 minutes making your drink.
Listen,
with
I
just
make
the
a
right
Manhattan.
ice and just the right...
The Manhattan I make is not as good as the one I
No.
get at bars, at restaurants.
No. And
And
I
I
miss
wouldn't
that.
even begin to try and mix a Vespers martini.
No.
That's
a
got
professional.
too much martini. I do. The Vespers martini has. Now I'm a gin man. I like the gin martinis. I like gin. Some people prefer vodka, but the the Vespers martini has gin and vodka.
Everybody's happy.
It's the James Bond martini. It's the one he always ordered. Shaken, not stirred.
I'm more fun when I drink.
That's definitely true.
My time. I will enjoy it.
More fun and more forgetful.
No, actually, this is the one. This is the one.
Liquor, I have found, makes me very smart.
Yeah. All right, we will take a break. We will be back. We got Boner Fight on the way, a reasonable amount of news, all that and more coming up. Don't forget to check out Mad Marchness on our website, our brackets, our picks, and you decide who goes to the finals.
Those cute dogs. They'll, how can that be beaten?
I see what you're doing there.
Ah.
How could anybody beat those? I'm serious though. How could anybody beat
All right. Well, it's not for us to decide.
Mm-hmm.
We got that coming up. Strong Volkswagen.
Go to Strong Volkswagen downtown if you like, 1070 South Main Street. You want a Volkswagen first of all, and so you'll look around at other Volkswagen dealerships, and that's to be expected. But I think you'll find that the experience at Strong Volkswagen is the best for any number of reasons. Now, you can shop online, and that's what I would recommend. Go to strongvw.com. If you buy a car from Strong, a Volkswagen from Strong, and you find a better price for it anywhere else, you bring in the receipt for that, and they will cut you a check for the difference. And check out their lifetime warranty at Strong Volkswagen, which is on new and pre-owned vehicles. It's a lifetime warranty includes paint touch-ups, loaner cars, dent and glass repair, all for life of the car. So if you want a better car, go to strongvw.com. See what I got here?
Well, it keeps appearing and disappearing because of your filter.
Can't
If you
do
hold
it.
it up, there you go. Hold it in front of your face. Is it a
Gin
plane?
soaked raisins.
Oh, I thought it was a brain inside of a jar.
No, gin soaked. So remember that story last week? 105-year-old woman.
Yes.
She ate 9 gin soaked raisins a day.
So this is your health plan? This is your.
I haven't tried them. And they were golden raisins.
Of course.
So I bought some golden raisins, and I put them in this and then covered them with gin. They've swollen up quite a bit.
They're swole with gin.
I haven't dared try them, though.
Swole with gin.
So am I, as a matter of fact. If they...
I like that this is your new health plan. This is...
Smells ginny. Should I try one?
No.
Let me
You're
see.
frozen.
Your
though.
picture froze, but
yeah.
I'll have to take your word for it.
It says looks. Oh, there I'm back. So let me just try one. See. No, you're not. I'm not back. Well, I'm back as far as I'm.
There you are. Now you've frozen again.
Okay, let me just try one of these.
Okay.
Maybe this is the universe telling me, "Don't do it." One.
And gin-soaked raisin.
One gin-soaked raisin.
I wonder how she came to 9.
I don't know.
Do you think she experimented for a while, and she went all the way to 10 and went, nope, 10 is too many. The 9 is the right amount of gin-soaked.
It's pretty nasty, actually.
Really?
Yeah, it's not.
Even with the sweet golden raisins?
Yeah. They aren't sweet anymore.
Oh.
No, I just ate some of the raisins on my cereal yesterday, and they're quite sweet. But yeah, no, they're not sweet anymore.
I just Googled gin-soaked raisins.
Yeah.
There's all gin-soaked raisins for arthritis. Gin-soaked raisins recipe. Now, Bill, maybe there's a recipe. You didn't follow a recipe.
No, I just poured gin over them. Cheap gin.
Let me see.
Is there something you're supposed to be doing to them?
Let me see what the recipe is.
Isn't that interesting?
Yeah.
Let's see. Hold on.
Okay, I'm holding. Am I back?
Oh, well,
while Gina searches this, let me remind you, a quick reminder, that Red Roofing Ogden Homeless Drive ends today at 4. Giving all their stuff to Lantern House. You can drop donations at 2772 H Avenue in Ogden. Thank you, Roman.
Now, here's the recipe for gin-soaked raisins.
All right.
You need 2 cups golden raisins.
What? Okay.
1.5 cups gin.
Okay, to cover them.
Put raisins in jar or container and cover with gin. Let soak for 1 to 3 weeks.
Oh, there you
That's
go.
part of the problem.
You gotta let them sit longer.
keep in a cool, dark place, then eat 9 a day. This recipe says have
I don't know.
9
I'm
a
having
day.
I'm having flashbacks of turmeric and pepper. You know.
I mean, yeah, probably. But Bill, I think you didn't let them soak long enough. I think you need to.
I just ate one. I'll leave them in the jar and leave them in the refrigerator here
Till next week.
Yeah.
Well, 1 to 3 weeks. Do we want to go longer?
That's
Probably
what it
want to
says.
go longer.
1 to 3 weeks.
Well, I won't. I'll wait till next Monday and try them again.
Okay.
And I like gin. Cheap gin. I like
There's
cheap
all.
gin.
What are gin-soaked raisins good for? How long does it take for gin-soaked raisins to work to cure arthritis?
Now, are you supposed to eat them or like put them in your ears or something?
Cure arthritis.
It's going
I
to
like
cure
the way
your
they put that.
arthritis,
I'm
too,
sure it
Bill.
will.
Cures it. Yeah. God, I hate the internet sometimes. Well,
What, Carrie? There's
of
all these.
most of the time, actually.
Do gin-soaked raisins really work?
No. Sorry. Oh, I'm sorry.
Well,
Carrie,
listen,
how do you know so
That was a
fast?
burp. That was a burp. is what
listen,
that was.
a 105-year-old woman. She's been doing it all her life.
Mm-hmm.
I think maybe
That's all it takes.
That's yep.
Is one 105-year-old woman. That's
all it takes for me.
Takes. I smoked a cigar every day of my life, said a 105-year-old woman. Yep, there you go. That's all it takes.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
All right, so let's see. It's 9:18 right now. And we do have Boner Fight coming up here in about 7 minutes. So before that, it's a reasonable amount of news bordering on big boy news, really, lengthwise. Brought to you by
Young Power Sports in Centerville is Utah's newest power sports dealer. Tri-City Performance is now Young Power Sports in Centerville, your Polaris and Victory motorcycle dealer. See inventory online at youngpowersports.com.
Well, if you are a fan of Elvis Presley and you got a lot of money, you'll have a chance to claim a bit of musical history. When a guitar used during his iconic performance, his comeback performance, goes up for sale later this month. Cruise GWS Auctions is putting the flaming red Hangstrom Viking 2 guitar on the auction block. It was used by Elvis Presley during his nationally televised 1968 comeback special after he had devoted much of the previous 7 years to just being in movies, and he was very successful at that. And so he came in. It's the concert where you see him wearing the white fringed outfit.
It's Fat Elvis.
The sequin.
He's a little heavy, but he was
with
but
the
he
Thunderbird on the back.
Yeah. He was a little heavy, but he was good. He knew, he knew what he was doing. The instrument
so
was
Nicolas
also
Cage isn't going to buy there was a time he would have bought this, but
Well,
not now. So who?
In 1977, the guitar sold. Excuse me. No, that's not it. The guitar did belong to guitarist Al Casey, who was asked by producers to let Elvis Presley use it during the TV show because of the guitar's flashy, fiery appeal. According to the auctioneers, it has not been offered for auction since the 1990s. The starting price is set at $250,000. Other collectibles up for auction include a crystal-studded glove worn by Michael Jackson.
No.
Elizabeth Taylor's blue rhinestone drop earrings.
Ooh, I'd like that.
And a 1950 Cadillac Fleetwood featured in The Godfather.
There we go.
Oh, and previously owned by Mae West.
Is it riddled with bullet holes, that car?
Yeah, Mae West did that.
Yeah.
Let's see.
I just received a fun fact about the Godfather movies and about our Academy Awards nominations today. The Godfather was the first movie franchise to have its first and second films both nominated for Best Screenplay. The second movie franchise, Borat.
There you go. So a lot of people are avoiding travel because of the ongoing coronavirus pandemic. Well, my favorite snack cracker, Cheez-It, wants to deliver a spring break experience to someone's door for a new promotion. Earlier this week, Cheez-Its launched its Cheez-It Groove Spring Break in a Box sweepstakes.
How do you put spring break in a box?
According to the announcement, the winner will get to choose one of 3 experiences. For the winner and up to 5 friends, inspired by Cheez-Its Grooves cracker flavors, sharp white cheddar, zesty cheddar, ranch, and scorchin' cheddar. Each of the experiences includes a hot tub, a DJ, gaming simulator experience, and a food station, all based on different themes according to the rules. For instance, the Scorchin' Island Break experience will include a surf simulator, a Zesty Dude Ranch Break, and will include...
Zesty?
No, the zoo... Oh, excuse me, I misread that.
Oh, okay.
So, the Scorchin' Cheetos, the surf simulator. The Zesty Dude Ranch Break will include a bull riding game, and the Peak White Cheddar Break will include a snowboarding simulator.
Okay.
So they give you some gaming systems and a bunch of Cheetos and
Cheese
stuff
nips
like that.
are not the same as Cheez-Its. I have a list if you're not going to follow it.
That's exactly what I was hoping to hear. 4 skiers had to be rescued from the Pfefferhorn Peak area after they were caught in an avalanche on Sunday. They were backcountry skiing when the avalanche occurred at around 11 o'clock in the morning, according to the Utah County Sheriff's Office. None of the skiers were buried. 2 were injured, but one suffered, and one had a broken ankle, another a broken leg, probably. Low visibility and the risk of another avalanche prevented rescuers from accessing the group for a few hours, so they were just kind of stranded there, but they were able to drop them a care package with some food and water and Gatorade, first aid supplies, and what? No booze? They were all successfully brought off the mountain by 6 p.m. Nearly a year after California Governor Gavin Newsom ordered the nation's first statewide shutdown because of coronavirus, masks remain mandated, indoor dining and other activities are significantly limited, and Disneyland remains closed. By contrast, Florida has no statewide restrictions. Governor Ron DeSantis has prohibited municipalities from fining people who refuse to wear masks, and Disney World has been open since July.
Yes.
Despite their differing approaches, and you can see there's quite a contrast there. Despite their differing approaches, California and Florida have experienced almost identical outcomes in COVID-19 case rates.
See? Bill, you're giving stuff for the Republicans to go see? Huh?
How have the 2 states that took such divergent tracks arrived at similar points? That's the question. It's going to be an important question that we have to ask ourselves. What public health measures actually were the most impactful, and which ones had negligible effect or backfired by driving behavior underground, said Amesh Adalja, a senior scholar at the Johns Hopkins Center for Public Health Security. Though research has found that mask mandates and limits on group activities, such as indoor dining, can help slow the spread of the virus, States with greater government-imposed restrictions have not always fared better than those without them. California and Florida both have a COVID-19 case rate of about 8,900 per 100,000 residents.
There's a lot more people in California, though.
That's true. But I'd like to point out that both of those states are populated by humans. And there's your problem. Humans will be humans, and they will not wear the masks and not social distance. You know, California is not as blue as you think it is. It's pretty conservative.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's true.
So you've got those people there who go, it's my freedoms, you know, and of course Florida's filled with them.
Yeah, it's interesting. And so people, the people who study that kind of thing are
Yeah, I mean, if we could all agree to do the right thing, then that would be a different thing. You could, you wouldn't need to have the rules if we could all just agree as human beings to do it. But unfortunately, we're,
charges stemming from the second arrest in 2 days of Ammon Bundy at the Idaho State House in Boise have been dismissed, according to court documents. Last year, Bundy was first arrested in August, accused of trespassing at the Idaho State House during protests in which he refused to leave the Lincoln Auditorium. Bundy was seen on video being wheeled in a chair to a patrol vehicle for his arrest. He was also served with a no trespass notice telling Bundy he was not allowed at the State House. Bundy is still facing those charges and is set to go to trial on Monday. The following day, August 26, Bundy was arrested again on similar charges. That time he was forcibly removed by police from the Senate gallery. Those charges now have been dismissed, according to a prosecutor. So I don't think we have any reason to believe that the second charges will also not be dismissed, because all in all, Bundy was disrupting the Idaho State Legislature, and it made them a little grumpy, but, they kind of like him. I don't know what the hell. The border with Mexico and the United States, there's, a lot of problems there. There are lots and lots of children who have been sent by themselves to try and cross the border into the United States. And it is a difficult issue to deal with. Instead of the United States expelling them back into Mexico, where they wait with tens of thousands of others hoping to cross, the pressure and desperation is quickly building among families stuck in Mexico as shelters and officials struggle to help them. In the United States, the federal authorities are trying to find a way to manage this sharp increase in kids who are crossing the border on their own and being held in detention facilities.
So the interesting thing that our government is doing differently is Biden administration sent FEMA to the border instead of ICE. FEMA, who's used to dealing with disasters, and that is what's happening at the border. It's a humanitarian mission, not a cracking down on criminals. What am I trying to say? You know what I'm trying to say. It's a humanitarian crisis.
Exactly. And it's difficult. What do you do with the kids? Now there have been, people say, well, but now Biden's got kids in cages too. It's a little different. It's a little
They're trying
different.
and they are reuniting kids with family members. They are, but there's so many of them coming, and then you're like, well, I can't believe these parents. They must not love these kids. No, how bad must it be where they are that the best option for them is sending their kids without them across the border?
It's gotten so. I'm going to send my kids down there, as a matter of fact.
To go the other way?
Yeah. But Biden has asked Mexico's government for help, and Mexico's response is mostly, they'll do some raids occasionally, but they don't. Mexico is. They're not keen to help out the situation. That's for sure. And so they're like big camps on the Mexico side of the border. And then when kids come across on their own, and how dangerous is that?
Yeah. It's heartbreaking.
They're trying to take care of them. And then finally this story. Tesla has expanded their self-driving software to roughly 2,000 Tesla owners. They wanted to test it out, and so what that means is they allowed 2,000 Tesla owners. They contacted them and said, "We'd like to download this software, this self-driving software, to your car." But some of the drivers were revoked access because they didn't pay attention to the road once they had the software. This beta has been expanded. We've revoked beta, so it's an improvement in the self-driving software, and apparently it works really well. It's unclear how many drivers were revoked across the software, but Tesla said we can monitor it, and they weren't paying attention to the road. Now I don't know. Do you have self-driving software?
No. It was offered to us, and it was ridiculously expensive, and frankly, we felt we didn't need it, and so we said no.
Now, did I tell you about it? I talked to a guy who had it, and I said, so how good is it? And he said, it's pretty amazing.
Yeah, that's what
he said. I can program in where I want to go, particularly on the interstate, and the car will drive itself to the exit. It'll pick out the exit, and I say, "Can you sit there with your hands off the wheel?" He said, "You shouldn't. You should keep them on the wheel a little bit, just in case there's a problem." He said, "But I could fold my arms, and it would change lanes itself. The car will change lanes. It will." If it won't follow other vehicles too closely, it'll adjust speed. And it's like, really? That's astonishing to me. Anyway, that's it. Weather, traffic?
Yes.
We'll just do a little weather for you. It's going to be a little windy and warm today, 60 for a high, partly sunny. Overnight, there'll be a slight chance of rain, 20 to 30%. And high tomorrow only of 54. And then we gradually warm up throughout the rest of the week. By the time we get to next weekend, looks like we're in mid to upper 60s and sunny skies. So tomorrow will be the coolest day of the week.
It's Boner Fight with Radio from Hell on X96.
I hope Tuesday's happy with being designated the coolest day of the week. All right, here we go, the Boner Fight. This is the winner from round one in the 7 o'clock hour, and it was titled simply, Party! 150 spring breakers down in Miami Beach arrested because it was chaos, and they were fighting with the cops, and they were not wearing masks and social distancing, although that's not required. The mayor of Miami Beach said, we would like you to do that. I can't make you do that. But these morons were arrested for other infractions because they cannot behave themselves like proper young adults. Going against Boner candidate number 2, it's the diabetes. High school basketball announcer who in Oklahoma, who when the players of the high school game he was going to call came out and knelt during the national anthem, he thought his mic was off. It was not, and he referred to them as those effing N-words. He later then blamed his racial vitriol on his diabetes. I had a sugar spike and I was woozy and I don't know. That's Boner candidate number 2.
All right, there you go. You've got to decide of these two candidates which one is the worst, which one should be Boner of the day. Put the candidate that you think should win, that single digit, in the message of a text. Text that to 33986. Or call the producer's booth at 877-602-9696. Or go online, look for the box that says Boner Fight March 15, 2021, and vote there. If you don't see that box when you get there, refresh your browser. It should appear. You have until the end of these messages to do it. Let's go. It's Boner of the day.
Enjoying a delicious piece of German chocolate cake pie.
Exactly.
That's kind of weird, Travis. This is Travis the Pieman here.
Hi, everybody.
German chocolate cake pie.
Exactly.
We have an official pieman for the Radio from Hell show.
Gina, by the way, I brought you your pie.
Oh!
It's a pie in a box.
It's the McDonald's
baked
it's the pie that she will eat.
We know she'll eat that.
You're missing out.
It's the one thing I have in common with Donald Trump.
You're missing out. This is delicious.
It's delicious. It really is, Travis.
And also, Gina, since I couldn't get you pie, I got you something else.
What? Well, you got me pie right there.
See, Travis has got an.
Did he?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Travis has been making stickers.
Remain seated podcast stickers.
Got the graphic offline. Was able to kind of jury rig a setup for it. So you've got some for the computer, for the laptop, for your car, whatever you want to do.
I love it. Thank you.
Travis, is it an Etsy store? Or
it's an Etsy store called Pieman Graphics, or if you search Pieman Graphics on Twitter, it now pulls up links that'll take you right where you need to go.
You know, Gina, those stickers have beard hair in them.
Do they?
Yeah, probably.
That's okay. I'm not going to eat them.
I try to pick them out, but picking out the beard hair makes it artisanal.
This pie has beard hair in it, and it's delicious. It's just delicious.
Well, my boys helped me with this one, and, the 11-year-olds.
Yeah, Travis sells stickers on his Etsy site.
That's awesome.
He's been selling Geek Show stickers.
Now, Travis, you it's Pi Day,
right?
What do you know about the mathematical symbol of pi? Anything?
It's the magical number that lets you calculate many things in geometry. The time that they actually celebrate it today, or at least the big math geeks celebrate it today, is today at 1:59 p.m. because then you get 3.14159, which are the first numbers of pi.
Wow!
I know. It's really you can get really geeky on this.
So there's going to be math geeks at the bar at that time.
At that exact time, they'll all raise a glass and they'll be good. Woo! And I mean, and there's little math things they come up with too, where they say that since there's 360 degrees in a circle, if you go to the 359th position of pi, there's 360 right there.
If I understood math better, apparently it is this magical thing that you can calculate all kinds of things.
It's an exact proportion that they figure is like a magic number throughout the universe. It helps things work. But we kind of adopted it too, is instead of just being pi as in the number, it's pi as in pie. Also, pizza today is big. I think Pie Pizzeria usually does some kind of special thing, or all the other pizza chains will do something special. I don't recognize the National Pie Day that they had back in January. Or February.
We tried to call you out on that day, and
it's just like Valentine's Day. It's a setup day where big pastry comes out and wants to sell pie.
Big pastry.
Big pastry. They tried to co-opt it.
Exactly.
Right.
There's only two pie holidays that I celebrate, and that is Pie Day and Pie and Beer Day on the 24th.
Yes.
Because nothing's better than a fresh raspberry pie and a Pilsner.
Now, Travis, I know you also have you lost your job some time ago. I don't know what you weren't fired, but it was
it's I'm no longer employed.
Yeah.
And so right now I'm looking for anything that's either integration or
What is integration?
I do a lot of software.
Okay.
And basically it's taking large groups of software pieces or hardware pieces and putting it together for major companies.
Okay.
So I do integrations, implementations, support. So
if anybody has something like that and wants an employee that can bring pie on potluck day,
exactly, lots of pie.
That's
he's a great pie maker, and he knows how to do big software jobs. Travis, how do they get a hold of you?
They can just email me at travislynnjohnson@gmail.com.
Okay.
And Raul down on the border send us in the chat room a picture of one of your Trump stickers on his computer, I think.
Yeah, I have a copy of the balloon Trump. The big balloon that they were
the
running
big
around
fat,
England, and they brought it over to Los Angeles and into New Jersey. Yeah, I sell those on the site.
So, Pieman Graphics.
Well,
all right.
Thanks. I just devoured the pie. One slice is enough. It's very sweet, but man, it's delicious. Thank you, Travis.
No problem at all. Have a good one.
Have a good pie day.
You too.
All right, let's award boner of the day.
And it's brought to you in part by a barbecue pork sandwich and some Texas caviar and a little bit of coleslaw.
Actually, completely by that.
Okay. So, boner candidate number 1, party! Spring breakers in Miami Beach arrested. 150 of them. Going up against number 2, it's the diabetes, a high school basketball announcer using a racial slur at some players, and when he was called on it, he said, I'm really sorry, it was my diabetes acting up and caused a sugar spike and momentarily made me a racist. Let's see, and the winner was boner candidate number 2.
Mm-hmm.
It's the diabetes.
All right, there's your boner of the day for today, March 15th. All right, let's go to the phone. Reagan is here.
Reagan Erickson, are you there?
I'm here.
Hi, Reagan.
Reagan is the event coordinator for the Huntsman Cancer Foundation, and she's going to tell us about an event that she is coordinating. It's a fundraiser, and usually this is a big party where people get together, right?
It is, yeah. This is Pink Park City, and normally it is a big party at Canyons Village, a ski day, where we all come together to raise funds for cancer research at Huntsman Cancer Institute.
But you're not going to be able to do that this year, and so how are you going to do Pink Park City?
Park City.
How are you going to be able to do Pink Park City virtually?
Yeah, due to the ongoing pandemic, we have shifted this all online, and there's 3 ways for people to still be involved, and that is by going and setting up a fundraising page where you can spread the word about Pink Park City and the funds needed for Huntsman Cancer Institute. Or if you have a friend that's already involved and has a page, then you can donate to that.
Mm-hmm.
And thirdly, you can make a donation. This is my favorite, in honor of a friend or loved one. And so when you do that, an e-card is actually sent to them, and you can say, hey, I was thinking of you and wish there was more I could do to help, but I made a donation to Huntsman Cancer Institute today in honor of you.
Oh, that's nice.
We've got Easter coming up, Mother's Day coming up. That might be a nice gift for somebody saying in your name, I donated to this event for that.
That's a great idea.
Now, this is it live now? Can you go and do it right now?
You can. The event is going on now through March 27th. So now would be the time to do that and make that donation. And really, it's exactly like what you were saying. Events like Pink Park City are so meaningful because they provide the much-needed philanthropic dollars to fund the mission of Huntsman Cancer Institute.
And that mission I love is just very simple. Eradicate cancer.
Yeah.
Just no more cancer. 0. Right?
Right, and we can all get on board with that.
Yeah. Yeah.
And we recognize that, yes, that is our mission. And until we get there, Huntsman Cancer Institute is hyper-focused on providing the best possible care to individuals that are diagnosed with cancer and advancing safer and more effective treatments for them and their families.
And it is a world-class institution. Some of the greatest cancer research in the world comes out of Huntsman right here in Salt Lake City. You've been successful raising a lot of money in the past. 2018, it says here you raised over $80,000, and then 2019 that jumped up to $165,000, and then 2021 to date, you're really on target here. You're surpassing your goals, $180,000. That's terrific.
That is good.
So what should people do exactly, Reagan?
Yeah, our goal this year, like you said, we've done amazing, but our goal is $225,000.
Okay.
And so they should go online to pinkparkcity.com and participate in one of those 3 ways, whether that's making a donation or signing up for a fundraising page. And really, I just want to say to our listeners that it is private philanthropy through events like Pink Park City that seed those new innovative ideas that allow the researchers at this world-class institution, like you were saying, to forward their brilliant ideas from the lab bench into clinical trial to the patient bedside. And it's donors and fundraisers like you that make those breakthroughs possible.
All right. Thank you very much. It's pinkparkcity.com. Go there now. You have until March 27th to help raise money. Thank you, Reagan Erickson.
Thank you, Reagan. All right.
Thank you.
Thank you. We'll take a break. We'll be back after these to crawl towards the exits.
It's often said that people of Utah speak a language all their own. It's a language that's often confusing and even incomprehensible to newcomers here in the Beehive State. So, Radio from Hell presents a handy guide to help everyone understand how the natives speak. It's the Utah word of the day, and today's word is...
Druthernuther. D-R-U-T-H-E-R-N-U-T-H-E-R. Druthernuther. And now, to use this fine compound word in a sentence, we call upon LeVar and LeGrand to work their magic and show you how this very complex Utah word works in conversation. Here the boys are debating the virtues of various Halloween treats and which treats it was the best to get when they were young trick-or-treaters. The word is druthernuther.
Heck fire, LeGrand. It sure is a sad one this year. Halloween's coming, and it looks like the government ain't going to allow trick-or-treating, and the kids is going to be so sad when we have to tell them.
Well, it sure is. Dang old government anyway. I mean, can they legally do that? Just cancel Halloween without a second thought?
LeGrand, if the feds can make you cover up your smile with a COVID mask, they sure as heck can cancel Halloween.
Well, I suppose. But you know, the kids would be wearing masks just like the government wants them to, so why not let them go house to house begging for candy?
I'll tell you why, my friend. Socialism, that's why. Halloween reeks of socialism, and the government wants to stamp that stuff out. You see, if they allow Halloween, all the kids will be sharing treats equally from the Halloween Candy Collective. Not acceptable. Children need to learn the value of work whereby they earn the candy.
Well, looks like no Halloween goodies for me this year. I always like raiding the kids' candy haul when they went to bed. You too?
Oh, me too. I'm going to miss my yearly popcorn ball.
What? Some cheapo jerk in your neighborhood tries to save money by making popcorn balls and then give them an outset of candy?
That cheapo jerk is me, LeGrand. But we don't do it to save money. My wife, Carol, makes great popcorn balls once a year for Halloween. They're great. It's the only time I get one. And everyone in the neighborhood is crazy for them.
No one is crazy for popcorn balls, LeVar. But that's not as bad as the guy in my neighborhood who gives out bouillon cubes. Can you believe it? Them individual foil-wrapped bouillon cubes. Ain't that awful?
I don't know. Depends. Chicken or beef bouillon cubes.
And the dentist down the street who gives out toothbrushes. I mean, geez, I don't want cubes or balls or brushes. I want Halloween candy. Except for Smarties. I don't want Smarties. You got a favorite Halloween treat?
Well, I'm somewhat partial to Bit-O-Honey, but nobody gives out Bit-O-Honey anymore.
Did they ever? Bit-O-Honey?
Yeah.
Jeez. No, what you want for Halloween is candy bars. Full-size candy bars if possible. But any kind of candy bar is better than... Jeez, you kidding me with Bit-O-Honey?
I swear I got Bit-O-Honey a long time ago. One time in another city that I was at.
Right, yeah. How about Almond Joy, though? Now, some people don't like them, but I do. I love Almond Joy. I'd rather have Almond Joy than a Mounds, though. I think it's because the dark chocolate turns me away from the Mounds. I'm a milk chocolate guy.
Okay, well then here's a choice for you. Twixt or Butterfinger?
No, I don't eat anything that has the word finger in it.
Oh.
Well, how about this? Which would you druther? Milky Way, Snickers, or Mooresboro?
I'd rather not have any of them.
Well, what do you mean, not any of them? You should pick one.
I don't have to. When it comes back to those particular Halloween candy choices, I'd rather another.
Join us again some other time as we examine how the Utah natives speak with the Utah word of the day.
Perfect.
Okay. 951.
Yeah.
I just had a bunch of these.
What are those?
Brownie brittle.
Brownie brittle.
That's perfect for your breakfast, Gina.
Mm-hmm.
Your husband know you're having that for breakfast?
He's not here. Actually, today is my first day alone at home, and I don't know how long. My daughter went back to school for the first time today. She's been home for a while. Muhammad went back to school a while ago because he needed it.
Well, are you nervous being home alone?
No.
Are you sure?
I mean, Riley's here, but like we've talked about, like I've talked to Carrie
That's a
about
dog,
this.
ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah, it's my dog. And eventually, when we go back to the studio, I'm a little worried about Riley because for a year, she hasn't been alone at all. There's been somebody here all day, every day, and she's just one dog. You know, Carrie has two dogs that theoretically keep each other company, but
I've come to realize how annoying my cats are.
Because you're there all day, every
because
day.
I'm there with, and they just won't leave you alone. They just always underfoot, always, and one of them is so neurotic that it's just frightening. This is the cat that wants you to pet it. It'll come up and, oh, come on, please pet me. And so you lean down to pet him, and he pulls his head away.
So he's a tease, is what you're saying.
No, he's just so scared and neurotic about everything, and always has been. You walk into the room, you're the person who takes care of him all the time. He looks at you and then runs away and hides because he's just weird.
No, Hudson already had separation anxiety, and I have a feeling that once things start getting back to normal, it's going to get worse.
Well,
Because I've been here the whole time.
We're gonna have animals in the studio. It sounds to me.
Could be.
I'll bring down Klaus, the goopy-eyed scaredy cat.
I'm sure he'll love that.
Jeez, that's the cat that cost me $4,000, with surgery and all of that. And he's now so fat he can barely jump up onto the chair.
Let's see. Anything else?
Of course, I'm so fat I can barely jump up onto a chair now, too. So, come to think about it.
Don't forget the Radio from Hell International Film Festival.
Oh, yeah.
Happening right now. You can go to x96.com for all the details. And so
you could win $500. Mm-hmm. You may think, I'm not a filmmaker. I can't. For one thing, 5 minutes is the most it should be. Mm-hmm. We prefer it shorter than that. Yeah. And it's not us that's judging it, so you don't have to worry about impressing, our sensibilities.
No,
it's
I don't.
Audience or audience judging this.
Yeah, the audience will vote, and you guys will get to watch them at home. It's all virtual now, so it's done online, and that may continue. I don't know. We'll see. But submit your film. You only have 11 days left to submit your films, so get into the editing bay and work on them.
And by editing bay, meaning your laptop or your phone. There are probably people just doing it on their phone. You can do that.
Yeah, sure. We'll take those. Let's see. Also, Mad Marchness is happening at x96.com. We're in round 3 right now. This week you'll be voting on, there are only 4 brackets left, only 4 of our picks. And 2 of mine.
Out. Sorry, Katie.
Gina, Katie's out. 2 of mine got eliminated over the weekend. And so Bill has 2 picks. I have 1, and Gina has 1.
I'm surprised my hat has survived.
I blame myself for that one.
Well, you've got the ace in the hole, though. You've got the cute dogs.
Well, I don't know, though.
That's got to be the winner.
No, your candidate. The note from your kid about a dead raccoon is.
Well, it's unusual, that's for sure.
It's pretty good.
It's unusual, but it's not. It's not cute dogs.
You don't work at work. Waste your time at work voting in Mad Marchness at x96.com.
Can you vote a lot? I mean, can you vote as many times as you want?
I don't know. I haven't voted.
Yeah,
Corey's the one that set up the
whole thing.
Yeah.
So he's the one to blame for all of that. Let's do the promo and crawl towards the exits then, shall we?
Let me get it here. Okay.
B?
We are coming up on the 1-year anniversary of Radio from Hell from Home. But first, before we get there, Tuesday's show is important.
Kicking things off at 6:45 in the morning, it's the X-Poll. We'll need your participation, so be ready to call in.
Then at 7:45, we let you call in and talk to us or question us about almost anything with hello, yeah, what?
Then at 8:45, we'll talk with Mark Stewart. Ask an Advocate. This week we're talking about epic fails, driving in snowy conditions.
And, of course, there will be more for Tuesday's Radio from Hell show on X96.
All right.
I didn't write anything down for a sign-off today. Does that mean there
thought
was
it was-
nothing funny on the show today?
I thought you
I
got
don't
it
know.
early on today, didn't you?
Mm-mm.
I don't know.
All right. Well, you better hurry up because
Well-
fine job, Katie, as always. Live long and prosper, bitches.
Don't you know who I am?
Stay care, everybody.
Corey is next.